Oh, hi. Hi everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Live2D tutorial. Just to bring everyone back to where we were, we did the head and the body angles, and we did blinking. And we also did looking around. Day 2. We should be able to finish today. Oh, and we also did brows. We did brows up and down. So today, mostly what we're going to focus on is physics and mouth working. And we also have a couple toggles, but those hopefully should not take that long. Hi, Ray! But, let's get right into it. Let me see. Head physics. Okay, so I made 2 folders, head physics and body physics over here. I haven't actually made any parameters yet. You can organize them however you want. I just like to have them organized because I'm a little silly like that. So I have head physics and body physics. So basically for physics, what they are essentially is they're essentially conditional parameters, if that makes sense. I'm trying to figure out how to explain this without using programming terms because I'm a software engineer. But it's essentially an if-then situation where you set up an input parameter where if that input parameter is triggered, then an output parameter is triggered. Sorry, I bumped my desk. And you can set it on a pendulum, so then that's what gives it that natural, like, swingy look. But since I haven't actually set up the physics parameters, we have to start that now. So I'm going to start with the head. So I'm going to, a couple things I'm going to do. I'm going to have the ears twitch. So I'm going to have ear twitch L. I'm going to make a new parameter, ear twitch L. And then I'm going to right click replicate parameter and then make an ear twitch R. I'm going to have a hair swing L and a hair swing R. Actually, I don't think I need to have these on a different paragraph, so I can just have hair swing and I can have hair bounce. I'm going to make these guys in the front swing and bounce, kind of like how I have them for my made model. But I'm going to try to exaggerate them more because on my current model, they actually don't move that much. So I'm going to try to get them to move a lot. I'm going to make the hoagie bounce. And I'm going to make the ponytail bounce a bit. What else is it do? Might make the glasses bounce when I look up and down. I think that's a fun effect. Glasses bounce. Then I'm gonna make the eyes bounce. And that you're gonna have to split into L and R. Oops. I renamed it without replicating it. I think that's about everything for the head at the so I would generally recommend physics to be inside the movement. So the physics deformer should be a child of the main movement parameter, typically. There might be scenarios where that is not the case, but I can't think of any right now. So I have the left ear. I'm gonna just make a parameter for its movement. Just gonna nudge it up a bit. Be careful. Oh, like that. This one I might actually rotate it a bit. Squish it down a little bit. And this one I do think I want to actually swing it up a bit. Okay. So yeah, that's how the ear's gonna move. I'm gonna copy these and flip these over. One. And I'm gonna right click the parameter up here and click change and put it on ear twitch R. So now the keyframes are on a different parameter, but I have to actually put the objects in. So I'm gonna do that real quick. The top one is gonna be put into ear top. Ear top's gonna be put into ear flap, and this is gonna be put into two inner ears. This. And then we go. Okay, so to actually make this a physics parameter, let me actually zoom in because this is an important part. Oops, what? Huh? Where did it go? Huh? Why did it do that? What happened to my zoom? What? Can you all see? No, it's blank on your end too. What changed from yesterday? My zoom's not working now. Well, my zoom's not working then. You will just simply, unfortunately, you'll have to zoom in on your end because apparently my zoom's not working. So I'm gonna go up to the top, I'm gonna click modeling, and I'm gonna select physics settings. We're going to be in this menu. In this menu I've already shown to show how to actually preview the model moving, but I'm going to go over to the left and I'm going to click add. I'm going to make a physics group. I'm going to call this ear twitch R. And now all of this area over here is now no longer grayed out. So I'm going to have to determine my input parameters, which I'm going to link the ear twitch to the eyebrows, I think. I usually either link them to the eyebrows or the eyes. So I'm going to take brow R, Y, and then I have to go down here. I'm going to add a pendulum. So this is down here. This is what the math. This is the math that LIVE2D is doing to determine how your physics move. So for starters, this is the input, is brow RY, and then there's two types of input: position X and angle. Position X makes it so that when the input parameter moves, the pendulum slides back and forth. And angle makes it so that when the input parameter moves, the pendulum rotates. So I'll show you if I move the eyebrow. Where's my eyebrow? Eyebrow. If I move this, you see the pendulum is going back and forth. But if I turn it to angle, then the pendulum rotates. So for this, I'm going to link it to angle. I'm gonna up the angle from 10 to negative 10 to negative 10 and 20 instead of negative 10 and 10. And now I'm going to go to output settings, this tab up here. I'm going to click add, and then this is where the physics parameter goes. So now I'm going to add ear twitch R. Now, when I move the brow, it's going to make the ear twitch, but it's only going to do it a very little bit. So now I'm going to click increase output. And I'm going to click yes. And now when I click the brow, you can see it moves a lot more and it bounces. But it doesn't always move exactly the way that you want it to. I'm actually going to click decrease output a bit. It doesn't always move exactly the way you want to, so I'm going to tweak with these numbers down here. Duration is how long the swing happens. Swing influences how aggressive the swinging is. Reaction time is basically how fast the movement is. And acceleration is basically how fast it reacts to the input. So I'm gonna decrease the acceleration a little bit, so there's like a little bit of delay between the eyebrow and the ear. I'll maybe put this onto a 0.8. A little bit delay. I think I'm also going to decrease the shaking just a bit, maybe to 0.9. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's looking more like how I want it. So the reason why I set this particular physics parameter to be the input type to be angle is because I want the ear to match the eyebrow. So when the eyebrow goes up, the ear goes up and stays up. And then when it goes down, it goes down and stays down. Meanwhile, if I did it to position, the brow would make the eye twitch, but it's going to ultimately go back to its neutral position. So I would go like this. It's going to flip around, but then it's ultimately going to go back to its default position. But I wanted it to stay up when the eyebrows go up, so that's why I have it set to angle. And now I'm gonna set this. It says it's really high, but I think that was because I changed the position. So I'm gonna set this like maybe a 5 for scale. Yeah. I set this like a 5. I think that's good. And now I'm gonna click the duplicate button and make an L for the next ear. So I'm gonna keep the pendulum the same because I want them to move the same, but I'm gonna change brow R to brow L and ear twitch R to ear twitch L. But the scale and the pendulum settings should be the same. So now they twitch when the brows go up and down. They should stay even when you turn, it should stay moving. Oh, looks like the here gets separated a bit, so I'm gonna have to take a look at that. Looks like this for everything. So let me associate the physics with the angle so I can fix this. Reminder, you can associate a single deformer with up to 3 parameters. If you want to do it to more than one, you have to most likely start messing around with blend shapes. And if you want to know what blend shapes are, I don't have a really strong idea of, I don't have a really strong grasp of blend shapes, but blend shapes are essentially parameters that always behave the same, basically. So, for example, the angle Y and X, because a lot of the deformers associated with the head are put onto both parameters at the same time. These are linked parameters where they have their own unique behavior for the corners. But if you make it a blend shape, it's not able to, it does not have any sort of conditional behavior with another parameter, and it does the same universal movement regardless of where it is. That is at least my basic understanding of blend shapes. But I'm not going to get into blend shapes for the sake of today's stream. That was more just for your own information. Okay. There we go. Goes down just a bit. Just a reminder that I have channel point redeem called Teacher I Have a Question. If you have any questions, I mean, you'll probably post in the chat and I'll see it. But just in case, sometimes I might miss things, but and in that case you can post it in the channel point redeem. Oh, you know what? I actually want them to also swing when they bounce their head. So I'm going to put another input parameter for angle Y. So like when they bounce their head. And I'm going to link this to position X. I'm going to get a film an effectiveness of maybe like 45. The effectiveness is basically how much strength that input parameter has. And it can be less than 100, but it has to some up to 100 or less. Yeah, now then when they look up and down, their ears bounce. But it also bounces when they move their eyebrows. I can actually, let's see. I think I can put up to that to 100, or at least like 60. Yeah, maybe 60. Or maybe like 80. Nah, 60. Yeah, 60, I think. Okay. And that's the basic approach to doing the physics. So let's do a hair now. For this, I think I'm going, so I have hair swing over here. I think I'm going to temporary deform tool, temporary path deformation. It kind of lets you make an art path like how you can on the on the art mesh. But you can sometimes get weird behaviors, so I don't always do it. Get a good, decent bit of swing. Usually the hair swing starts interact. When it swings inward, it starts to interact with the hair mask that I made. So I'm probably going to have to put a deformer on the hair mask for it to shrink according to the hair swing. So yeah, that's the hair movement. That looks pretty good. That's a good amount of movement. But as you can see, when it goes in, it clips with the inverse mask that I made earlier. So what I'm going to do is go to my head base, I go to my hair mask, I'm gonna put a deformer on this guy and make it so that on hair swings, when it goes in, the mask moves a little bit this way. And I'm gonna do the same in this direction. Now hopefully, yep. Oh. Okay, so I can't. I have to link it also to angle X. There we go. Maybe get that. Well, better. I want it to be. I put up a keyframe here, have it come out. And I'll make another one on the other side. I'm gonna run into the same issue when I make the other side flip. Oh, wait, I just realized. It's gonna have to be over here. Here. Flip it over here. Hopefully that works. We'll see. I have to add the physics to this side first. So let's add a hair bounce. So make the hair go up and down. I'm gonna stretch it down. Oops. Okay, oh, there we go. Alright, stretch it down. Bounce up and down. Swing left and right. I'm gonna see what happens when I try to synthesize these corners, because they are on the same deformer. So I can't do that, but no, actually, that looks pretty good. It's a little bit clipping with the mask there. I might have to mess more with the mask. But I think this looks good to copy and flip it. Put this Airbus here. See, and now they move mirrored of each other. And I have to do something with the hair mask though. Now I have to push this one out. Yeah, this is one thing that can be tricky with physics, is that you have to account for the other. It can't just look good facing forward, you'll also have to account for the other positions. Okay, now I think I should be ready to make these actual physics grooves. So I'm gonna do hair swing first. The inputs are gonna be angle X and angle Z, and I'm gonna have angle Z be a type angle so that the hair swings left and right when the head leans. I'm gonna put hair swing in. Gonna move a little, but not that much. And now I'm gonna increase output. There you go. That's fun. Maybe a little extreme. I'm gonna try to get the hair to lean more by increasing this number over here from -10 to maybe -20. I might have to go up to 30 actually. We'll see. No, I think that's good. Yeah, let's lower the reaction time a little bit, lower the acceleration. Just give it a little bit of weight. Increase the duration though. Oh, that's the swing. Now I can do the. You're so fast. As hi, Jelly. Well, it's because it's a chibi. That's why I felt pretty confident that I could do it in 2 days. Now I'm gonna do angle Y. Now I'm doing the hair bounce. So that's gonna be when you look up and down, it's gonna make the hair bounce. So I'm gonna do angle Y as input. I'm gonna have that as position X. Add a pendulum. Put where's my hair bounce? There it is. Now it's gonna move, but not that much, so I'm gonna increase output. There he goes. Now that's a bounce. Oh. Increase the duration a little bit. Increase acceleration. Yeah. That gives us some weight by decreased acceleration. The sploinky. All right, that looks pretty good. What next? My hooky. Make that bounce. Usually, just to make sure that I don't get distracted, or I don't lose track of what physics I'm working on, I make all the parameters all at once, and then I just go down the line so that I know that I made all the physics that I meant to. I'm going to try doing a deform path, but it might not work the way I want it to. Oh. Maybe not. Oh, I can salvage this maybe. Just this tip got a little scrunkled. Let me see if I can get the actual points themselves. Okay. Yeah. Now I can make it pops up. And I would, if you want bouncy expressive models like mine, I would recommend very much pushing these physics as far as you can go, because when your model is just moving normally, like when I just turn my head normally, it's only hitting like the very middle aspects of the physics. Like you're not seeing these extremes all the time. but to make it bouncy even at normal movements, you do have to kind of push it a lot. So this one, oh, you know, this one I think I will link to both angle Y and X, but mostly to angle Y. So I'll put angle Y at like 65, and then I'll put angle X at 35. Just what does it look with those super bouncy boobs then? Yeah, the extremes get pretty crazy. Because if you wanted to just like, because if you just turn your body just like casually to the side and you want your boobs to like go crazy, the physics on those boobs have to be like extremely sensitive. And the output is a V-bounce. Now output. It's bouncing. Bounces slightly when you turn left and right, but most of the bounce is up and down. Oh God. I don't know if you saw that crunch on your end. Okay. Duration shorter. So like kind of, I think it's kind of twitching. Let me decrease output. Yeah, I might have to redo this one. This kind of flipping out a little bit. Go like this. Sure it doesn't get too scrunkled. Okay, that looks like it might be a little bit better. Okay, I think that I like that a little bit better. And because the physics is a child of the original XY, it also flips when the head flips. So you don't even have to like re-rig the physics. It just works on both ends. Nice, okay. The physics is the thing that gets people excited typically. Because that's when it starts like actually like, ooh, looking fun. Because when you're just doing the body, you're just trying to make it so that the parts stay together. But when you add the physics, that's when it starts looking bouncy and fun. Ponytail bounce. This one it's going to be relatively subtle. I'm just kind of making it go out and in a little bit. It's breathing. Ponytail bounce. I'm gonna link this to all 3 head angles. Breathing through your hair. Yeah. No, that's where my lungs are. I'm gonna make the duration of this real short. Shaking influence pretty short. But reaction time and acceleration would be fast. I'm gonna make them all react to all three ones equally, so I'm gonna put a 33 for all of them. Output is ponytail bounce. Increase output. Yeah, and now it's just a little. Well, let me increase the shaking influence a little bit. I think I turned it on too much. Yeah, it's very subtle. The duration is small, but it's just like a little poof. It's just a little poof, which is what I wanted. I didn't want it to be super extreme. Just poofs out a little bit. Okay. Glasses bounce. Okay, I've got to go and get breakfast. So goodbye, my beloved project. I'll see you later. Bye, Jelly. Thank you for dropping in. I hope your breakfast is delicious. I don't usually have breakfast, but I had to have breakfast today because my body is trying to kill itself. So I needed to take ibuprofen, and I need to have something in my stomach to do that. So do a little glasses bounce. I like glasses bounce. I think it's really silly. Especially for a chibi model like this where the glasses are so huge and exaggerated. I want to get a real extreme bounce. Maybe even do a little squish like this. Yeah. And I'm input, I think I'm gonna have angle Y and angle X, but have it mostly for angle Y. So like 75 angle Y, 25 angle Z. Short duration, small shaking influence, but fast acceleration. Yep. Maybe shaking influence even lower. Because I just wanted to shake just a bit. Yeah, shaking influence pretty low. Duration short. Yeah. Reaction time, fast. Acceleration, fast. Maybe acceleration a little bit slower. Or it's a reaction time then. Yeah, it's reaction time. Okay. Slower reaction time. There you go. A little funny bounce. Increase output a bit. Very subtle. But I like it like that. I don't think you can even tell, but that my glasses on my current model actually has bounce. But I like it like that. Yep, and it stays according to head angles, so that's good. Now I will actually take the glasses off for a sec. Go to my eyes. Sorry, I have to look over my phone. And I'll do eye bounce. Since it's a chibi one, I'm gonna make these pretty exaggerated. Since the eyes are so big. Wah, wah, wah. Looks pretty ridiculous now, but once again, you're only gonna see like around here for the most part. But you gotta exaggerate it if you want it to be at all noticeable. At least in my experience. Copy, flip it, change IR bounds to IL bounds. Okay, well, this one bounces. I might also make the shine bounce. Let's start with this. And in general, for things like this, where you're doing one side and the other, I recommend doing one and then duplicating the other so that they're symmetrical, instead of doing them separately. Input parameter is going to be IR open. It's going to be based on position. It's going to have a pendulum. It's going to be crazy for a bit. This eye bounces is a little... Eye bounces can be a little finicky. I'm actually going to go to up here to preview and go to uncheck automatic eye blinking because I want to do it manually. See it myself. So yes, I'm still listening. Going to, I have a physics preset saved, so you can, if you've done something on one way in a model, you can sorry, my model's gonna flip out first because I have to move my phone out of the way because I can't see my screen. But essentially, you can save physics settings from different models and as a preset, and then you can import it. So I have a way that I usually like how my eyes work. And as you can see, this one actually has 2 pendulums. And I'm going to explain that in a bit, but I just want to get the first part working. So I'm gonna increase the output. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So you can have a physics parameter with multiple pendulums. And that's because you can have different output parameters for your physics, and when you put them on the same, and when you put them on multiple pendulums, you can have the physics influence each other. So I'm going to make another parameter called eye shine bounce, or I'll just call it IR shine. I'm gonna make the eye shine move a little bit. And I'm just gonna, for this part, I usually do it on the art mesh because I usually have the eye shine together. If I was gonna do this with the formers, I would probably separate the 2 eye shines. But since I usually, let me actually get rid of the top lid because I can't see what I'm doing. There we go. squanch it a little bit. I'll like roughly select the center, scale it, and it goes in. Yeah, like that. Goes in. It to go out. Get a little chubby. There we go. It's a little flippy floppy, and now I'll have to do the same for the other side. I'll make another parameter. Since you can actually close and open your eyes independently of each other, that's why I want to have these on different parameters. Fun fact, actually, as far as I am able to determine, VTube Studio tracks your eyebrows together. Like, you can't track them separately. I've tried. Other face tracking programs that I have used, like, what's it called? I forget what it was called, but there was another, I'm actually gonna check. There was another face, PRPR Live. Yes, that's one. Yep. That's a face tracking software I actually use because, in my opinion, it kind of, I found that I liked its webcam tracking more out of the box than VTube Studio, but I was able to configure VTube Studio settings in a way that worked well with webcam, so I don't use PRPR Live anymore, even when I'm on webcam. But that program can actually track your eyebrows separately, but as far as I can tell, VTube Studio tracks your eyebrows together. So even though I have a brow L and a brow R, don't necessarily need those separated. Now, okay, well, actually, let me put my eyelid back on for my other eye. So I hid that for a sec. There we go. Now I'm gonna go back, and I'm not gonna make another parameter. I'm just gonna go to this one for the eye bounce. I'm gonna add another input for the eye shine, and see here. Well, unfortunately, I can't zoom in anymore, but over here, this number next to the output for the eye shine is 2, which means that it's going to be influenced by the second pendulum here. And that is going to be influenced by the first pendulum. And that is going to be influenced by the input parameters. So if you want to get more complex motion, or you want things to influence each other, you can have them linked to the same physics group and have multiple pendulum, which is usually how I do eye shine. So now if I put the eye open, you can see the eye shine flicker a little bit. I'm going to increase the output a bit. Well, that's a little too much. Oh yeah, that's too much. Yeah, like you see how this pendulum, when I go real fast, it's like flipping out like that, like crazy. Typically, you don't want that. So I'm going to decrease the output. Still going a little crazy. I'm actually going to increase the reaction time, the bottom one, which is going to help it not flip around like that. There we go. It's a little heavier now. Yeah. See? Now you got a fun little jiggle. So now that I have this one, I'm gonna duplicate it, make this IL bounce. And I'm just gonna keep everything the same. I'm just gonna have the IR bounce go to the IL bounce, and the IR shine go to the IL shine, and the input being IL. And now they should behave exactly the same. Yeah, now you got fun little chickle. And now I'll turn eye blinking back on. The reason why I turn the eye blinking off and do it myself, one, because I can do it over and over and over again, and two, I found that the VTube Studio blinking, like the LIVE2D simulated blinking like this, is actually pretty slow. So when you actually export it and you blink naturally, the fixes are going to go way faster than they do in LIVE2D, because the simulated eye blinking is actually quite slow for a blink. So I want to make sure that the physics still hold up even if the eye is moving a lot faster. So that's why I was like doing this, because I want it to still look good. Okay, so now we have eye jiggle. That's fun. Oh, I can get the glasses back. Okay, so now we pretty much have all the head physics done. So now we're gonna move to body physics. Yeah, for me personally, I like thinking out what I'm going to add and then adding them all. But you can also just make a parameter and then add the physics one at a time. I just like thinking it out in advance like this. So I'm definitely gonna have an arm bounce. I'm gonna see if I can make a hood bounce based on how I separated based on how I separated the hood. I might not be able to get it, but I'm gonna try hood bounce, ear swings, because the hood has ears, so I want those to swing. Hood ear swing. Definitely want that. And I'm going to also do the tail, but I'm not going to add the tail because I'm probably going to do the tail with skinning, which I will show later. Skinning is definitely one of those things where it's kind of an advanced technique, and if you watch me do it, I'm going to explain what I'm doing the whole time, but if you watch me do it and still don't understand it, don't worry about it. It'll make more sense if you come back to it later when you have some experience under your belt. So like, I'll show you how to do it, but don't stress yourself about it. While I'm here, I'm also going to make the toggles. So I have a sit toggle. So I'm going to say that sit. And this one, so far, all of the physics toggles have had the default be 0 and then had a -5 and a +5. But since this one is just a toggle, I'm just going to have the max just be 1. It's just going to have 2 states. Oh, I'm mad. It's going to have 2 states, 0 and 1. So the default is going to be 0, and I'm going to set the minimum to 0 and the maximum to 1. So this is going to be, so these ones have all been 3-point parameters. This one's going to be a 2-point parameter. Same with hood up. It's going to be a 2-point parameter. But I want to do the physics first. Arm bounce. And I will say, in general, you want the physics parameters to be inside the movement parameters, because, like, I'll show you actually. If I make the physics parameters on top of the movement parameters, if I make the physics parameter the parent, so let me make the arm bounce. So the arm's gonna bounce like this. And I'll show you what happens. So, got a cute little arm bounce there going on, right? Well, let me show you what happens when I move the body. Oh. Never mind. It's because this one, because the body is pretty complex, it can actually handle it. But basically, the bounce, when you put it on top, when you put the bounce on top of the movement, it's not affected by the movement deformers. So you can sometimes get some weird behaviors. So I would generally always advise to have the physics parameters inside the movement parameters. Hi J-Bar, we're working on physics right now. So I got the physics on the head going. You can see the hair swinging around and the ears flopping and the glasses bouncing. So now we're working on the body. So I'm gonna do an arm bounce. I'm gonna make this a little bit longer. Since this is a long, skinny object, I'm gonna give it more points of articulation, like lengthwise. So now it's an 8x10. So I have arm bounce on. Actually, I'm gonna try doing a temporary path forward, but it might not work. Only objects that can be deformed or encapped are. Huh? Oh. Wait, what? What'd you just say to me? Oh. It's because I was selecting the default keyform. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay, that looks good. Making sure that it works with the body angles. Okay, it sticks out a little bit with the Z, so pull that back in. There we go. And then for the end, I'm just gonna do real simple, just stretch it down a little bit. Since the arm is already by the side, there's not much movement I can do here. Just a little pull down can make a lot of difference. It's like, you know, it's animation rules. There's a little squash and stretch. Okay. Put this. Yep, now we got some bouncy. Now we can go to physics settings, going to add up here. Also, sorry, for some reason my Zoom's not working today. So hopefully, if you're watching the VOD, you can full screen and you can see the text of what I'm doing. So now I'm going to say arm bounce. I'm going to click add for the input parameters. I'm going to link it to the body. It's going to be linked to body Y and body X. Most, I'm gonna give more priority to body Y. I'm gonna put it to like 70 at body Y, 30 at body X. Gonna go down to pendulum settings, click add to add a pendulum. Then go to output settings, click add arm bounce. And it bounces a tiny bit, but it's very little. So now I'm gonna click increase output. I'm gonna put down the shaking influence a little bit. Decrease the overall acceleration. Maybe not that much. Or increase the reaction time. Okay, increase the bouncing a little bit more. Okay, yeah. I could maybe push the bouncing a bit more. Just a little. I think the movement is good, but just the range of the parameter itself is a little limited. So I think I'm gonna push this a bit more. This is gonna go a bit further out. See, sticky a little bit. See. This is another song that's just playing through my head all the time. Up the acceleration a little bit. Alright, that's looking okay. Might up the duration just a bit. Okay. Yar. Now, let's attempt a hood bounce. I'm not super confident. Where's my back? I might have to forgo the hood bounce, but I'm gonna give it a try. Where's my... There it is. Oh, wrong tool set. Squinch it down a little bit. And I see that there's a little torso peeking out. So I'm gonna make a deformer for that. Okay, no, it looks like this will work. But I need to account for that gap, so I'm gonna take easy belly, easy torso, give them their own performers, and just pull it up a bit. Oh, I see. It's not the torso. That is the chest. So rather than the torso needing to be squished, the torso needs to be stretched, the chest needs to be squished. So I'll do that. Okay, yeah. Let's just stretch this a little bit. Oh, the teeth need to be moved. Those are sticking out a little bit. Up a bit, down a bit. Make sure that they work for other angles. Yep, okay. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and make the ear swing, and then I will test all of it. So I'm actually gonna hide the body. So I want to be able to see these guys. Make it a little bit longer. Swing. As always, at any point, if you see me do something that you're interested in, like, wait, could you slow down? What did you do? Just let me know. Right now, I'm kind of just going through the motions, but I also want to make sure that if there's anything in particular that's standing out to you, that you're able to direct that. Okay? Check the body, X and Y. Alright, nothing's popping out. There we go. Now I can put the body back. Where's my torso? There we go. Hoodie bounce. Say, link that to body Y and X, but I have it mostly for body Y. I'll put like 80% body Y. So I want just the slightest shake when you turn your head left and right, but mostly I want it for when you bounce your body up and down. So output is hoodie bounce. Increase output. And look, now the hood's bouncing. Oh, isn't that fun? Oh, it's a tiny bit of peak out there. So I'm gonna have to count for that. That's in the back. So let me go to my hood back bounce. I was like, what? But are the physics the same things as what you did yesterday with the performance parameters, but just more detail? So basically the physics are parameters. So you set up the movements as parameters, the same way that you set up the movement for the like main movement. But then in the physics settings, you can basically set up a input parameter and output parameter. So it'll say, if this parameter moves, have this parameter move in a certain fashion. So let me go back to the hair swing so I can show you. So the hair swing, which is with these danglies in the front, basically I have it set up that the input is the angle X, i.e. when you turn left and right. So when you turn left and right, then the output is the hair swing. And down here, which is the physics model settings, this is the pendulum that the LIVE2D is calculating, because at the end of the day, it is math, actually. Not math that you have to physically do, but that's how the program is calculating. It's calculating the physics based off of the movement of this pendulum, which you can change the settings of with these settings over here. So essentially I have the input as head turning left and right, output as this hair swing parameter that I made. And so now when the head looks to left and right, the pendulum swings and the hair swings. Like, for sure, I can understand the process behind it, but to get just, it's one of those things that definitely you just kind of have to feel out, because like, for example, there's these 4 settings that affect the pendulum: duration, shaking, influence, reaction time, and overall acceleration. All of these I did not really understand, except for like maybe duration, until I really got my hands on it. But it's basically input, what makes the physics do the thing; output, what is the physics that does the thing; and then the pendulum, which determines the movement. So I'll go through it one more time with the ear swing, since I just made that. I'm gonna do this slowly, because I did it slowly the first time, but then I kind of started going through the motions. So I'm gonna do this one slowly again. So I'm gonna go up here at the top, I'm gonna click add. So I'm making a new physics group. I'm gonna name it ear swing. No, hood ear swing, because I already have an ear swing. Hood ear swing. I'm gonna click input settings up here. Unfortunately, my zoom is not working, so I can't get a better view. And then I'm gonna click add. So I'm in the input menu. So this is the input, which determines what makes the physics go. So I'll click add. And because it's a swing, I want the swing to occur when you turn your head left and right, or your body left and right, rather. So I'm gonna set this to body X, and I'm also gonna link it to body Z, because I want the ears to move when you lean left and right. So then I'm gonna click OK, and then body X is going to have the input type determined set as body position X, which basically position X makes the pendulum move left and right, while angle makes the pendulum rotate, which you'll be able to see in a sec. And I'm going to set the effectiveness of each up to 100. 100 is the max, but if you have multiple inputs, you can have them influence the output at different amounts. But it can't go higher than 100. It can go less than 100, but it can't go higher than 100. But since they're on different types, they can both go to 100. So then I go down to physics model settings, and I go to pendulum setting, and I add a pendulum. So now we have this pendulum. And as you see, when I move the body X and right, the pendulum on the left moves left and right. And when I lean the body, the pendulum rotates. So as you can see, this line here is what determines the center of the pendulum. So when I lean left and right, the pendulum center rotates. Now I'm going to go to output settings. And this is the actual physics. And I'm going to select hood ear swing, because this is the actual movement that I want. And I'm going to move the body a little bit just so that the program can calculate the strength it might want. And then I'm going to click increase output, because right now they're swinging, but they're swinging very gently, so I can barely see the movement. So now I'm going to go to increase output, click yes. And now you can see them swinging a lot more enthusiastically. You might not be, yeah, it's still hiding behind the body when you lean, but that's fine. But you can see them swing out when the body turns. And then you can edit the pendulum settings. I'm going to actually increase the duration because I want these to swing kind of a lot, because they're quite floppy. Also going to increase the... Nah, I'm going to leave those the same. I'm just going to match the duration. So that is the basic workflow of determining of setting up the physics, is that you set up the input parameters is what makes the parameter, what makes the physics react. And then the output parameter is the actual movement. That's the actual physics. But like how I said yesterday, 80 to 90% of everything in Live2D is art meshes, deformers, and parameters. Like that, if there's anything that I would want you all to understand from this stream is what's an art mesh, what's a deformer, and what is a parameter, because those are the majority of the things that you're working for within Live2D, and that is what's going to help you understand what other people are talking about. Because that's like the biggest thing, is that you can see someone doing something in Live2D, or you can see like a tutorial on Twitter, and you're like, this makes no sense to me. But once you start to get some of the vocabulary, it helps you actually be able to derive knowledge from the tutorials that you see. So yeah. So each layer in Photoshop, that's essentially what's going to become the art mesh. You have to give the art mesh points of articulation, or it's not going to do anything. This is the deformer. This is what's actually going to move the pieces around. And then the parameters are the different criteria of movement. So you just have a bunch of different parameters, because you don't want to define all the movement on one single field, because you're not doing a static animation, you're making a conditional model. So you want it to have a setting was like, oh, when the head turns left and right, it does this. Because like, if you're making just an animation, you just have to have a timeline where you're just setting the frames of the animation. But since this is a model and you want it, it to be conditional of when your head turns, do this, when your eye blink, do this. That's why you have to have all these different parameters, and you have to make sure that the parameters actually work with each other. It's like you have to make sure that the physics parameters don't make anything pop out of place. Like, for example, when I added the bounce to the hood, I realized that the back of the hood right there is sticking out. So you see that little peak of orange. So I have to go and fix that. So I'm going to go to hood bounce. Because I could, so it looked fine on the front, but then when I turned the body and I bounced it, and you actually can't even see it because it's being hidden by the hair. So that's why you have to check stuff a lot. So I'm going to hide the head for a bit. And I'm going to pull this in so you can't see the orange anymore. I'm also going to neaten it a bit. It's a little scrumpy here. You can actually see the arm pop out a bit, so I might edit that quick. Yeah, because that's one thing that can be quite tricky when doing your models, is that you have to make sure that everything not only works, but it works with each other. Because sometimes something looks like it's working perfectly fine, but then the second you actually start making the model move with everything else, then you start seeing things pop out of place. So that could be yeah, I'm gonna have to link this to I'm actually going to undo what I just did. So I thought I could just tweak the bounce, but I don't want to just tweak it. I actually want to link this parameter to the body X. So I'm going to add the body X parameter to it. Because fixing it on the body angles was making it behave weirdly on other body angles, so I need to actually link it to the body angle so that it only does it when the body is turned. Now we'll only do it when the body is turned. Fixing it up a little bit. Yeah. The neater you do things, the more likely it'll stay solid. Because, like, for example, when I first started out rigging, I couldn't figure out how to... I could actually show you, since I have the chibi. I couldn't figure out how to link the body movement with the head movement. So I just made the head move proportional to the body. So I'll show you what I mean. Like, or did I fix this on this? Let me see. Yeah, see? So like when the body Y is separate from the ankle Y. So when I move the body down, it's floating. But I just made it so that with the angle Y, it moved proportionally down. So that when you see it all move together, it looks like it's together. And it didn't not work, but it caused things to sometimes pop out of place weirdly because they weren't actually attached. So it kind of worked, but like I said, the more solidly you start out, the more likely your stuff is going to stay solid, which is why now I have a deformer that I use called Head Correct, and literally the only thing it does is move the head along the body. So the head and body angles are still separate, but then I just have this one deformer that just moves the head along the body so that it never pops out of place. I'm seeing, speaking of seeing pop out of place, I'm seeing a little peak of orange right here, so I'm gonna do that up. Do that a little bit. Yeah, this is stuff that I couldn't see before because the hair was hiding it. And it's like, yeah, maybe the hair would keep hiding it, but it's better to have everything actually be solid than just hope that it is never visible, you know what I mean? I'm gonna pop the arm just a bit up in the hood. Oops. Just gonna do that so it stops speaking out. And do that for this side too. I will say, for a lot of people, even experienced riggers, when you get to like the very end final touches, sometimes you do be kind of putting some kind of hacky fixes on top of it. But if you start off with hacky fixes, very often they'll end up just shooting yourself in the foot in the future. So try to start as solidly as you can. But if you're trying to finish up a model and something is just kind of popping out of place, you can maybe get around with kind of just doing a little patch job. Lots of digital ducting, exactly. Speaking of which, I feel like the head is kind of, the neck is kind of not moving the head. I want to tweak that a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna move this more. Oh, what? Oh! Okay, I see what happened. Neck here. There we go. Okay. It got separated from its deformers. Now it's working better. I might still want to move it a little bit more. Yeah. Switch X to this. Oh. Okay, that looks a little better, I think. Even though that's one of those things that probably no one would notice except for me. But again, it's better to be more solid than not solid enough. Okay. I love this song. It's very important to test how well your model can dance. She can headbang pretty good. Her body doesn't move that much, but that's okay. Okay. What I think I want to do now is the toggles. Yeah, okay. These toggles are actually going to be a tiny bit tricky because of the way I set them up. So honestly, most of the toggles that you do for your first model are probably going to be simpler to this. So if you understand these toggles, you will understand like the more basic, simpler toggles, like, you know, having floaters or having a blush or having eyebrow deforming. All that stuff is comparatively simple. So I have two parameters here called sit and hood up, and they're both 2-point parameters. Most of the parameters I've been working with have been 3-point parameters because they have the default, they have an up and a down. But the toggles just have on and off, so they're 2-point parameters. So I'm going to grab my sitting legs and sitting arms. I'm gonna finally put them on, and then I'm gonna put them all in a big deformer. And I'm going to attach this deformer to the sit parameter, and I'm going to set the opacity to 0 at 0, and then 1 at 1. So the arms will appear at 1. And then I want to take the other arms. Actually, I'm going to take all the arms and yeah, the arms. I'm going to put them in the deformer. I can put this deformer on the outside since it's just affecting the transparency. I'm not moving anything. And set the opacity of the normal arms to 0 when it's on. I'm going to do the same thing with the legs. Now, because I have a tail, I'm also going to move the entire body down, and that's the part that's going to be a little tricky. So I'm going to go like very high outside of the model. What is this? Yeah. Go very high outside of the model. Yeah, I'm going to select basically everything. And then I'm going to put a wool rotation deformer. Oh, everything except the tail. The tail should stay where it is. Yeah, everything except the tail. I'm going to sit shift. I'm going to make it when the sit is on, the whole model moves down. So there. Now the whole model moves down. Now I'm going to have to rig the sitting arms. But that's the basic idea. The angle should be able to stay the same. Okay. Now I'm going to have to first let me generate an art mesh. That's the first step for anything. Because the deformers are not going to do anything. Well, they'll do a little bit, but it's not going to be as effective as you might think if you don't generate the art mesh. That's something that really tripped me up on my first model, because I didn't know that the art mesh is the basis of everything. And granted, this was because I started rigging without reading any tutorials whatsoever. I literally just messed around in the free mode. Like probably any tutorial would tell you like you have to generate the art mesh first, and I didn't do that. So I was like, why isn't my deformer doing nothing even though I gave it all these points of articulation? But like the reason I was doing that is because the art mesh was still defined as a square, so it could only deform it in the way that a square could. I just want to trap over. Yeah, that is what I did. And to some degree, I kind of still recommend that approach. Maybe not completely the way that I did it. I would say you're probably going to benefit from some tutorials, but I do think just kind of getting your hands on it and messing stuff around will help you follow along with the tutorial that you're doing. Because if you're just watching someone do it, you're just like, huh? What are they doing? But I feel like if you actually just mess around with the UI and just like look at the buttons and everything, it'll be easier for you to kind of follow along. I think I'm actually going to do the legs first. I might actually be able to do these together. Actually, no, I'm going to do them separate. Yeah, like straight up, the fact that I started rigging in Live2D in the free mode without reading any tutorials, and I still actually decided that I liked it, I feel like is one of the best examples of why I'm an insane person. So let me try deforming just a bit, just so it doesn't look so 2D. I mean, it's gonna look pretty 2D because it's a simple model and it's unshaded. But if I could just move it around just a little bit, it'll look more like the leg's actually shifting. Mad scientist really was the perfect word. Yeah, I'm a little insane. I'm a little bit of an insane person. That's why I'm like, I know like a lot of people want to learn Live2D rigging because it's expensive to try to commission someone to do it. And like that I totally get. But for me, I'm like, I don't understand. I can't explain the appeal of this to anyone unless you are also insane. Like, admittedly, that is very much why I took it up, because I was straight up like, oh, this looks like it sucks. I want to do it. It was like, that was my whole incentive. I was not like, oh, wait, that actually really cool. Or like, oh, I want to be a rigged model that can't afford to pay someone. Like, I was totally fine being a PNG tuber for forever. But I was like, wait, no one told me that Live2D sucked. I need to do that right now. When if I try again, I guess we'll see it. I'll learn how insane I am. Like, I don't think you have to be insane to learn Live2D. It is hard for me to explain the appeal of it because I admittedly got into it because I'm insane. I'm like, well, I know why I like it. I cannot hope to try to like pitch it to you if you're not also crazy. because that's why I liked it. But I'm sure there are other aspects of it that you will find to enjoy. And I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, even if the process itself is kind of irritating, I feel like actually being able to see your work moving for a lot of people will be worth it, because that's really exciting. I mean, it's just another way to hyperfix. Yeah, that's essentially what I mean when I say that I just became an insane person about it. That's like actively what I mean. Like I was like hesitating to say it for a bit, but at this point I can say it without hesitation that Live2D is a special interest for me. Like, even when I'm not actively working on a model, I'm just thinking about it. I can't see other. That's another thing that you have to be worried about when you take up Live2D. You can't turn rigor brain off. You will see other people's models and you will be trying to dissect how they rigged it. Like, you will never be able to look at a Live2D model the same. You're just constantly going to be like, huh, I understand. Is that an inverse mask? Yeah, okay. And it's like, oh, I see. Those are conditional parameters. Was that blend shapes? Oh, you did that with skinning. I can tell. The illusion of revenge for real. And you're just constantly going to be like, I would have done that differently. I mean, that worked well. You know, you're kind of missing out on some of the movement there, but it does the job, I guess. Like, it does kind of ruin it for you. It's like, I wish I could just enjoy watching other people like debut models. And usually, because if there's like a big debut, you know, it will be a well-made model. But sometimes when people are like debuting their first model, I'm like, I want to be excited for you because that's a big deal. Like, bringing your first model is a big accomplishment. But I'm just gonna be like, oh, it's your first model? I can tell. Like, not trying to be a hater, but also just like, yeah, okay, I get it. My first model was like that too. It's just like, almost like being like almost condescending about it. It's just like, that's really cute. You did a good job. And it's unfortunate because you really can't turn it off. Reminds me when I really got into video editing, could not look at movies, commercials. Literally, that's exactly how it is. It's like anything. If you get into game development, you can't just enjoy game. I mean, you can still enjoy games, but you'll still be like dissecting the games. Like, all the time, I will be like playing a game and I'm like, oh, I can tell that the enemies had a similar attack pattern to the bosses to self-prepare you for the bosses. Like, I can like constantly see stuff like that. I was like, oh, I get it, that you got they gave you a new tool and now they're going to put you in an area that you have to constantly use the tool so that you can learn to recognize things with the new tool. I get it. But like, you can when you become a game developer, you can no longer be taught like subtly. You're going to be able to see all the tips and tricks that they're using to try to teach you. Someone's just like, oh yeah, okay, I get it. I see what you're doing here. And to know if I make a model, Patrick will be judging me, hopefully selling. Oh yeah, like, obviously, like I said, making your own first model is always going to be a huge accomplishment. And I don't want to make anyone feel bad for it. But just like something so like, oh yeah, that's cute. Like, good model, sweetie. Like, I'm still happy for you and I'm proud for you, but I'm also like, yeah, that's your first model. I can get it. Probably still gonna be better than my first model, honestly. And I was so happy when that thing came out. I was like showing everyone, like, oh my gosh, look at this model that I'm making. Like, this thing I was so proud of when I finished it. I was like, I need to show everyone this right now. And ultimately it still doesn't look too bad. But like, I just know I can do so much better now. That's the best version of the meme when you find your room full of healing items and stuff and you're like, oh no, bust them. Yeah, exactly. Because like stuff like really avert like that, I feel like most people, if they've like played games before, will pick up on. But like when you're a game developer, you will see like subtle ways that the game devs are trying to teach you stuff like all the time. One of the ones that I see all the time that like very often you don't notice until you're actually in the middle of it is like if you're in a new area and you have a bunch of new enemies, the new enemies will have certain types of attacks that are teaching you the kind of attacks that the boss of that area is going to have. Like, again, because it's the first thing that comes to my head and I'm sick. When you go into the Mantis Town and Hollow Knight, like the adult Mantis, they slash at you and the child Mantises throw the little disc at you. And it's like, oh, it's teaching you the moves of the Mantis Lords, which are basically literally just that, just way faster and bigger. But it's the exact same moves. But it's like, because it's like basically no one likes to sit through a tutorial. So the best way to teach someone playing a game is to teach them in a way where they don't feel like they're being taught. And like that is one of the ways where you can teach them without them feeling like they're being taught. It's like, putting a bunch of new stuff in an area, and the new stuff is teaching you the tougher version of the stuff like a bit later. And Dark Souls says, figure out the fly and try again and again. Yeah. Well, I would say probably in Dark Souls, you're probably being taught more than you think you are. Though I do understand that, like, part of Dark Souls is the expectation for you to not... They're expecting you to have to learn the boss. Where you have to... You're gonna go in, and you're not gonna know anything, and you're going to... Sorry. You're going to, learn the attack patterns, and you're gonna do it again, not on your first try. You know, that's the intention. So, and that's not inherently a bad method of teaching you. That's just, you just have to make sure that that is the expectation of the game. It's like, that's one thing, because that sometimes does frustrate people. But that's one thing that I've seen said about games like Dark Souls is that you can't make in a game like that, you can't make dying feel like this giant brutal punishment if you are expecting the player to die over and over again. Because there are games where when you die, it's like this real big thing and you have this big game over scene and it's this whole ordeal. But they can make it that big ordeal because they're not expecting to die that often. Yeah, it's like a show and they drop hints or evidence. In hindsight, it makes sense to a plot twist, but it's not obvious. Yeah. Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff in game development which is literally just like teaching things to gamers in a way where they don't feel like they're being taught to, because gamers hate being taught to. I think I'm going to up this to -3. I'm gonna have to, yeah, it's way too steps. Like, no one likes sitting through tutorial, but letting you explore in a safe manner to figure out the new mechanics, that can be fun. So there's a lot of tricks that games utilize to teach people while making them not feel like they're being taught to. You don't want to handhold them and make them feel like they're an idiot, but you also don't want to throw them into the shark-infested waters and let them figure it out for themselves, because then they get frustrated. You need to give them a way to explore the new mechanic in a way, in like a relatively safe environment where they're not going to get like brutally punished. Like, for example, if you're playing like a platformer and you get like a new move that has like a new form of traversal, like, don't test out that form of traversal above a pit of spikes for the first time. Like, just put it over another platform where if they fall, then they have to go around and start over again. Like, you don't want to punish them for not getting it on the first try when you just taught it to them, you know, stuff like that. It's like, and then later when they figure it out more, then you can start upping the stakes and being like, okay, you need to figure this out or you're actually going to get hurt. Okay, let me try synthesizing corners. This arm. Now let me try copying it over. Corner. Yes. Okay, that's what I was suspecting. I'm gonna have to adjust the Z. It's kind of sticking out. But I think I should be able to do it with just linking it to X, I think. So where's the leg? Edit just a bit. No, I can't have the song right after nothing like a. There we go. Something a little bit more upbeat. Okay. Oops. Keep forgetting to actually turn it on. That's fun. Okay. I might tweak it a little bit more, but I think that's pretty solid. Ow. Hi, Sasquatch. Oh, I see the tail. Wasn't me? Sure, I believe you. Totally. Hey, someone go and kill that guy? Nope, nope. I totally believe you. Definitely wasn't you. teaching student made those spitballs. No, gross. So glad I'm not a teacher for real. Or at least, if I was gonna be a teacher, I would at least be teaching college students. Because it's like, yeah, college students, they may be disrespectful, but they'll just straight up just not come. You know what I mean? Because unlike high school students and younger, they're not like forced to go to school. So like if a college student doesn't want to be there, they will just simply not come. And like that, I can handle. Someone coming and being like belligerent and disrespectful and gross, that would really get to me. But if you just don't come, I'm like, okay, I mean, that's your tuition, that's your grade that you're throwing away. That's, you know, it makes me sad that you're not trying, but also barely any skin off my bones. I was actually a college TA in Oleg, and I was a tutor. So I don't have experience teaching LIVE2D, but I do have experience teaching. Hi, Panda. It shows, are you sure? I'm not ever sure I'm like doing a good job. But I do like to help people learn. So I do think I have some experience with like explaining things. But this is my first time trying to teach LIVE2D. As a certified idiot. You're not an idiot. You're just a little silly. It's okay. Yeah, that looks good. Yep, so now you can sit. Silly, idiot, ADHD, same thing. Well, idiot has stronger connotations to it. I'm going to add just a bit of dimension. Put this up. And I do think you have some good habits during the stream. The way you explain things and explain why certain things might work. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, because I think, like, saying, like, oh, explaining why I do things and saying, like, sometimes I do things just because that's the way that I do it. Like, for example, the fact that I do all the physics at the end, there's nothing inherently saying that you have to do that. That's just my personal workflow. You can do, like, you could do all the head and then you can do the physics for the head and then you can do the body and do the physics for the body, or you can do everything and then add physics at the end, or you can set up the physics first and then just stick them to the body when those body parts are ready. Like, there's a lot of different ways you can do it. And so I think it's useful to explain when I'm doing something, if it's something that I'm just doing just because that's just how I do it, or if there's like, I'm doing it because that's like the smart way to do it. And if you, ooh, wait, I got distracted. Ooh. But if I'm doing something, is it just because that's what I want to do, or if that's just because, or if that's like a way to catch yourself from running into trouble in the future. Hi, Jolly, I will stretch. Okay, I think the sitting is good. Now let's do the hood up. And I will hydrate, thank you. And thank you for the haircut. Okay, I'm gonna take all the head down parts. Hood toggle. Associate that with the hood up toggle. Turn the opacity down to 0. And then so all these hood pieces, hood up toggle at 0. And now I could possibly, if I really want to try, I could possibly make it so that it kind of looks like, well, let me see. I might be able to possibly make it sort of look like the hood is actually coming up. That might be tricky. So I'll give it a very rough attempt, and if it works, or if it looks like that I can get it to work, then I'll spend more time doing it cleanly. Something like this. And then if I take the other hood toggle, I like stretch it up. This. It's kind of working, except hood front is hood front is associated with the shading, so maybe I shouldn't do that. Oh, what am I doing? I might actually this instead. Okay. Now let's generate our mesh. A hood. Now I'm gonna have to make the hood move with the head, because currently it is just sitting out here. Oh, I could also probably put this on. Where is head correction? Head rotation. Yeah. Now I don't have to change it for that. It should just stay on top. But I have to make it so that it moves with the X and Y. So that's what I'm going to work on now. Do you make some breakfast? I shall return. Yes, go ahead. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna start with this. Get rid of the teeth for right now, and get rid of the fluff and the snoot. Ears. Hood front. Hood up front. XY. I hope my typing is ASMR-like and not like I'm tapping on your brain, because I know I tap loud. I type loud. This is a well-established fact. I even put new switches on my keyboard to make my typing quieter, and it didn't really help because I punched my keyboard. Where's my ears? I want my ears. Ears. I want my ears to be affected by hood mask. Yep, now they don't show out of the hood. I'm probably gonna have to hide a good bit of the hair as well. Up this up to 14 by 14. And probably also put a back in here. I'll stretch this part so it has some dimension. Looks like the looks like the hood is actually stretching. Okay. This is probably gonna take a minute. I feel like this, I'm pretty sure this is my first time I've done a hood up. So, I'm gonna be experimenting here. And I see the hair is sticking out. I'm gonna have to address that. I'm aware. It's not bad. You know what? Wonder if this will work or it'll look stupid. I also put these. I also put them as an inverse mask for the hood mask. Will this look okay or will it look stupid? No, it looks stupid. And it doesn't, the mask doesn't go out far enough. It might look okay if the mask went further out. So I might have to edit the mask. Where is my hood mask? This doesn't have to look pretty because it's going to. Hopefully. Invisible. Just stretching this out so it extends further out. I might want them sticking out front of the hood. What if I do this, and instead I take the hood front and make it an inverse mask for the hair wisp. So the hair wisp stick out. Yeah, I think I'm gonna like that more. Just sticks out in front. That's cute. Okay, let me finish working the hood. Oh, I just realized these ears back here, those ears back there need to also vanish me poopum when the hood's up. Or turn the hood back. Hood bounce back. Oh, ear hood. There we go. These go. Where is hood bounce? Put up toggle. I have to look over my phone. Sorry, I don't know if that clacking is loud. That's the front. Yes, this is a hood back. So these should be put into hood top. Okay. So. Yep, now they're gone. Also, the hair bun also needs to vanish. No, not the hair back. Bun. Where's the bun? The bun. There we go. I guess I can actually maybe do a little. Yeah. So we can do a little twirl. And don't worry, I'm aware that the ears are being clipped right now. I am aware. And simply do this. Now they're not being clipped. It's gonna be a little tricky. Like I said, this is my first time rigging a hood like on the head, so work on it. I also think I need this guy to clip to not cover the horns, so I'm going to get that. Supposed to stick out. Should I? Wonder if I make it inverse mask for the head. Yeah. Oh, I just realized. Yeah, okay. I just realized that the hair is sticking out here. I think I have an idea to fix it. But I just want to get these things in place first. I'm not too stressed the horns are sticking out, because that's kind of potential. Once I put the snoot on the hood, you're not going to tell that it's like flipping in and out. So that's why I'm not stressing over it right now. Oh, I just realized it's the Hoge is also not supposed to show up. Kind of funny if you can sort of tell that it's gonna be so fast you're not really going to see it. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was aware of this, but when I started, but this toggle is definitely going to be much more complex than the sit. Yeah, like for commission purposes, I would consider the sit to be a simple toggle. Yeah, because I actually have it listed on my commissions, like certain things I consider simple toggles and will charge a certain price for, while certain things I'll consider complex toggles and charge more for. So the sit would be a simple toggle and this would be a complex toggle, which I was aware of because I wanted to show up doing a more complex toggle. Oops. It's what if I do this? Trust me on this. Please allow me to cook. And then No, never mind. Okay, never mind. That didn't work. Wait, I thought it would. Ew, kind of. A little scrunkly. But I can work with it. Yeah, I think I can work with this. Not concerned that the horns are sticking out. Because when I put the other parts in, that will not be so obvious. There we go. Ow, 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 Onyx! Ow, 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 ow. Wow, Onyx, thank you so much for the raid. Oh, let me give you a shouted outed. Hi, everyone. There you go. Hi! If you guys don't know me, my name is Kaja. I am a mad scientist dragon and I reanimate other VTubers, and today I am doing a LIVE2D tutorial. Right now I'm going over toggles. I'm trying to rig this hood. But I hope you all had a good stream over at Onyx and I really appreciate the raid. And if y'all need to slip out and go eat or sleep or get away from your desk a bit and stretch your legs, that is all fine with me. But if y'all want to keep me some company, I appreciate it, and welcome on in. I'm currently struggling with this hood because I've never actually rigged a hood up before. I've only ever had a hood like sitting around someone's head. So this is a little tricky, but it looks a little messed up right now, but that's because some of the parts are hidden, and when I put the other parts, it's going to help sell the illusion. But yeah, it's been very chill. I went over physics this morning, so if you're interested in learning how to add physics to your model, be sure to watch the VOD. I am going to be saving and posting these VODs on the YouTube because I'm actually starting a VOD channel. So I already have a couple of backlogs of some of my streams that I was able to upload to YouTube before they got banished from the Twitch servers, but I have a ton of videos that I actually have saved to my computer. So I'm gradually going to go through the process of uploading them onto YouTube, so I'll have a good backlog of VOD channels. Start getting to work. How are you? I'm doing good. I started off today feeling a little icky, but I went to Dunkin' and I got me a tasty sandwich and I took some ibuprofen and I'm feeling a lot better. So now we are just working on through it. Oh yeah, I'll show you the rest of the model so far, because we've actually added the physics to this model. So you can see the hair flipping around. And I added one toggle, which was a sit. Agro Oni, thank you for the follow. So right now we're working on the other toggle, which is a hood up. As you can see, it's not perfectly attached to the head just yet, but I'm working on it. Hood up. Okay. I hope you had a good stream. What we're working on. I think I saw you earlier. I believe you were drawing. I think you do majority draw on your stream. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen Onyx playing a game on stream. If you have, I don't remember it. So I'm assuming that you were drawing. But yeah, if you have anything you would like to show off, and you have time to before you have to head out, I'd love to see it. I've done it before, but not often. Yeah. I didn't think you. Did not think I remember ever really seeing you play games on your stream. I know we're doing this, so that's way too big. It's cool. Yeah, I hope you have a good time at work. Oh, thanks. Oh, let me see. Ooh, you're making like a whole scene. That's really cool. I'm really excited to see how this is gonna turn out, because drawing whole scene images is always really difficult, and it's like a bunch of monsters. Is it a diner? Because I see someone with a skater, a little roller skates in the tray. That's so cute. I don't know why I'm doing this. You have to, or else you will never be able to do it. You have to draw scene pictures. A space diner around my legs. That is so cute. Yeah, I wasn't completely sure if it was monsters or aliens, but it looks really, really cute. What if I do this? Will that help? Okay, I think that looks pretty good. Hi, Trout. Thank you for the follow and welcome on in. You're coming in a little late there, aren't you? It's okay. I appreciate you dropping on in regardless. Okay, I'm going to head out and have a great routine. Thank you, Honest, and thank you so much for bringing your community over. Really appreciate it. That was one of my bigger raids. I hope your work is as least frustrating as it can be. It's like, I'm sure I can hope you have a good day at work, depending on where you work, but I can hope that your work is at least not frustrating today. If people just kept coming in, I was so overwhelmed. Yeah, the few times that I've had like a really active chat, it is a little daunting for sure. Turn it up for me? Yeah, okay. Now once I put the other parts in, it really helps to sell the illusion of death. I was like, I'm not that great, but you are a really, really good artist. And you're super cool. Yeah. Once I added the snoot, it looked so much better. And I think once I add this, it'll look even better. Everyone, if you don't already follow Onyx, you should absolutely drop her a follow because she is so epic and poggers and very talented artist. Okay, now I go by chat. Make sure you follow Katja. You don't have to. I'm just toy. But we are going over Live2D rigging, so if you have attempted rigging in the past or you're currently attempting rigging, feel free to ask any questions. I would be happy to answer them. I have been rigging for a year and a half now, and I counted them yesterday, and I actually have 26 models that I've ever done in that year and a half for rigging. And I was a tutor and a TE in college, so I have some actual credentials of being someone who can explain things to people. So if you have questions, I would love to answer them because I do actually really like. I feel like I like being a tutor more than a teacher, just because usually if you're someone who has reached out to a tutor, you're someone who's actually at least trying to learn the material, because there are some people like in a class that have just like completely given up, and that can be kind of frustrating. But most people, if they're gonna reach out to get a tutor, that means that they actually care to do well. Excluding one of the worst 2Ds I've ever had. I should tell you that story sometime. he literally, it never actually amounted to anything, but he literally, it got to a point where I asked my brother, I was like, if I was having an issue with a guy on campus, would you come and threaten him for me? Because he was being quite weird. Thankfully, it never actually got that bad. But the vibes were absolutely rancid. I'd have to finagle some stuff with this, but good headpad. Right. What am I trying to do? Maybe just hide this line. This ball. See what I might actually have to move the horns up. Where's my horn? Let the snoot with the fluff. Oh, that's like super scrumply. And no, that's not going to work. This is one of the trickiest things about rigging. It's like things that look perfectly fine on straight on, when you actually get to adding dimensions, start behaving very strangely. Can I hide these behind the ears? Like, I don't want to have to re-export it. I'm thinking, can I cheat this? Let me try adding the ears and seeing if I can cheat this. Now that I see the ears, I might be able to cheat this. Wait, hold on. We might potentially be cooking. We may potentially be so incredibly back if I can get these ears on right. If I can get these ears on, we may took forever, but make food. Yay! I am glad that you are taking care of yourself and eating. Yeah, we gotta rate like yeah. And I'm having a conniption over this hood. Getting the required dimension on the head for the hood is proving to be a bit troublesome, but I may have a big breakthrough. We may be able to fix everything with the ears. Smile. So that I don't have to redraw something and re-export it. Oh, we are so back, fellas. We are so back. I can hide it with the ears. We are back. Okay, might have to finagle that a little bit. And this is a bit more. Oh, you know what I can do? I can make these. Once again, my best friends, my beloved companions, inverse mass. If I can inverse mass these to the horns, this might work. Yeah, just move it. Type of focus. Do this. We're back. We are so back, baby. I love it when things work for me. I am God's favorite child, for real. Yes, let's go. Okay. We are literally the most back we have ever been, ever in our entire lives. I'm also gonna add physics to these once I'm done. ears up here. Nice. Definitely gonna get some physics on these bad boys to get them to flop around, but just testing the movement. Nice, 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 nice. Took it very slightly since I did edit the default codes, but should be able to do everything I did on this side. Nice. Yes. Yes. God loves me. I love it when things work. I love it when things work. Oh, and I don't have to hide. I don't have to do anything with the hair sticking out of the hood because the ears hide that. Well, we'll see actually, because it might not hide it when I make the ears swing. But let's go. Let's get the ears swinging so good. Where's my... Oh, that's gonna be in body. That's fine. I think I could put them on the same old parameter. Be careful with this swing because I am using the ears to hide some stuff. So if they swing too much, my shame will be revealed. But I think, because all the stuff I'm hiding is like up here, so I think if I just keep the swing to down here, I should be good. Let's test the head angles. Yep, see? Yeah! I love it when things work. I love it when things work. Oh, I need a just an ever so slight tweak here for the Z. Just a little bit. Just the slightest little. And because I added them to the same physics parameter, they should already be set up. Oop. See? And they just work. Oh! That's so cute! Look how cute that is. Okay, I think I see a little stuff peeking out at some of the extreme angles. I can fix that. Look how cute that is! Oh, I love that. Yep. Both toggles work together. Hi, Hosubi! Welcome on in. I am currently being a genius. I'm being so smart and brainious. Oops. Okay. Arm is still. Is the hood actually like that? Wow. I don't feel like listening to the song. It's too calm. Actually, let's listen to something else. Let's listen to some Sonic music. Oh, listen to Sonic. He's Sonic. Oops. Don't look at that ball. Yeah. Let's try this. Okay. Please, I'm like, count for. Oh! Is it specifically sitting? Okay, no. I need to tweak more. What if I do this? Oh, I need this. Be alright. Nice. Here's my torso. This is the last minute tweaking of the like extreme cases. Okay, where's the chest? It's picking out again. I am seeking places it is picking out. Sorry if you saw me like jump. I just saw a centipede on my wall. That made me cut my eye. But I'm fine. He's doing his own thing. This is gonna be a little tricky. Alright, I know what I can do. Going to do the taboo and have everything associated to them. Oh, this doesn't need this. Okay. You're not supposed to do this, but this is not working for me, so I'm cheating just a bit. Just a bit. See, this is what I was saying, is that you want to start as neat as possible, because you're always gonna do some weird hacky stuff right at the end just to make it work. That's why you want to start off as neat as possible. This will start to happen eventually at some point. So you want to delay it as long as possible. Why is it going in like that? Crazy. Looks fine normally, right? Yeah. What is that? I see what it is. No, wait, no, I don't. Huh. Wait, I'm confused. Oh. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I was thinking that this was the hood and this was the shoulder. And I was like, why is the shoulder so low? That's the ear. That's the ear. Oh, I'm stupid. Oh, okay. Alright, never mind. We're Gucci. I think I want this hair to fluff up. Yep, okay. Oh, I do need to address that. But that's okay. That is a much simpler issue. Where is my arms? My sitting arms. Yeah, get that. Okay. Oh, wait, this is a simple fix. Well, some of it is simple. Some of it I do have to fix. But the rest should be a simple fix. I will happily, I'll simply have these not show up. Smile. Huh? What is that? It's bouncing, so it's a physics. Oh. It's hood bounce, ain't it? Yeah. Okay. I think I got most of the stuff that was slipping out. Okay. Now one more thing I want to do. So I want to make this fluff up. Hood fluff bounce. I think maybe I'll put it on the Hoge physics. Let's try that. Yeah, okay. Speaking to where does head down? Just a little bit. There we go. A couple more things that I want to do is that I want to add the hood up toggle to the hood ear physics. It's basically, I want it to swing when the hood is put on. Let's see. So it just has 10 effectiveness. Most of it is still for body X. But if I put it up, you can see the ears swing. And I want to do the same thing for the hokey bounce. I'm gonna take 5 from each one and put 10 on it. Yeah, and then it bounces when the hood's on, and then the fluff bounces when the hood's off, or the other way around. So I think that's really, really fun. I think I'm also gonna do that to the ponytail. When I do the put up, take it off, yep, bounces forward. That's really fun. Okay. That one, well, I said it was a complex toggle and I was right. But nothing, no toggle is too much for when you are a genius like me. And you are so brain and smart and stuff. You're so brain. And what?
If truly free, be stopped never through all that's happening.
Changing music real quick. Really quick. Okay. No talking can defeat you when you're saying literally. You understand me. When you aren't insane enough, you can defeat Intel. Wiggle. Okay. All that's left is the tail, and then we're gonna get the mouth rigging, and I think we're pretty much done. You know what I want to do? This is something that I should have done yesterday at the end. I want to do an export test because I do want to show you how I have to export the model, and it's good to export and test it throughout the process. So before you export your file, you have to generate a texture atlas for the model, which is kind of like how the 3D textures work for a 3D model. It's like all the layers of your model laid out flat, because that's how the actual file reads it. They don't have the actual file information in the file itself. It just told you how to actually move them. The images themselves exist on the texture atlas. So up here, there's an icon that has like a little person and a square and like 2 squares with some dots in it. And that's called Edit Texture Atlas. So I'm gonna click that, and it's gonna tell me how to It's gonna tell me the dimensions of the texture atlas. It starts off by 1024. That's pretty small. So I'm gonna up it to 4K. And the default layout, I'm gonna say displayed model images. Actually, I'm gonna say all model images. And I'm gonna click OK. And it's going to have all your images on a texture atlas, and it's going to lay them out for you. But you might still need to, for your first model, you're probably just going to want to accept the layout that they give you. But when you understand it a bit more, you might want to tweak stuff and push them around. I'm picturing an animation scene with the physical form of Light2D is trying to fight Kaguya and pulls out a man. Anime protagonist moment wins by not giving up. I want an anime protagonist that wins by being clinically insane. It's just like, you don't understand. I'm too insane to understand when to give up, so I'm just going to keep fighting you. Actually, I'm sure that there's a protag like this, like that out there. It takes a minute. That feels like playing an anime. Yeah. That's why I corrected myself. I was like, actually, that's not that unusual. So I might move this stuff around on my own time, because I want things like the head to be like higher resolution, while things like the mask and the shine, I don't care that much. But for right now, I'm just gonna keep it as is. You could also make multiple texture atlas, which I might also do, but for right now, I'm just gonna keep it. I'm gonna click OK. Now that I have a texture atlas, I can go to File, Export for Runtime, Export as Mach 3 file. Now you want to make sure that Export Physics Settings file is checked. And everything else should be good. Oh, and I'm going to export version at 4.2 because I don't know VTube Studio except 5.0 yet. So I'm going to export as 4.2. Where's Jammies? Print and build at your own paper project. You could. That's one of the reasons why I sometimes compare Live2D as like a paper doll, which can help you plot out where you want to move stuff. Okay, so now I have my files. I have my Mach 3 and my two JSON files, my Model 3 and physics files. Now I'm going to go to VTube Studio. Hi. Now I'm going to go to import your own model. And I'm going to go open folder. I'm going to take this folder wherever it sends you. I'm going to go one folder back so I can copy the entire folder. It's named Jammies because it's my Jamie model, i.e. my pajamas. And I'm going to paste it in this file, or in this folder. Now, for you to be able to read your file, you have to refresh the queue, and to do that, you simply have to load up another model. So hi. This was me testing to see if I could do a lip-synced PNG tuber in VTube Studio, which now that VTube Studio has exported a better lip-syncing system, I know for a fact it can do it. I just need to actually do it. But for right now, now that I've loaded up a new model, I can actually see helix jammies. Oh, you actually can't see it because I'm in the way. Well, move you over here. Is that the thing actually was asking about? Yes. So now see we have helix jammies. So I'm gonna click that. And it's gonna ask you to set it up, and I'm going to do auto setup. Okay. I'm going to go over to the person with the gear, and I'm gonna turn movement config off. You can have it on if you want to. It makes your model slide around based on your movement to like give your model extra movement. I don't like it because I rig my model to move the way that I want it to. So I don't like it when it gives extra movement, but now I can test out the model and see how it actually does a track my face. So let's check out the eye bounce. Sure, it's really subtle actually. I'm probably gonna have to turn it up. It's barely bouncing. Eyebrows are moving. Hair's wiggling. And let's check the toggles. So to do that, I'm going to go to this gear. And I'm going to go to this little thing, this play thing, and I'm going to click expression editor. And this is actually useful for anyone to know, even if you don't end up rigging your own model. If you have a model, this is useful because you can do this in VTube Studio yourself and you don't need to ask your rig artist to do this for you. So I'm going to click create new expression. I'm going to name this sit. And I'm going to go down because I have all my toggles at the bottom, so it's easier for me to find. I'm going to check sit it to 1, and now I'm sitting. Now I'm going to create new expression, say hood, go back to put down the hood up, turn it on. Yay! Okay. Now I'm going to say create new hotkeys for all unused expressions. And so now I have my expressions and now I can set them to hotkeys. So I'm going to click the record button. So it's looking for a button. I'm going to press 7 on my numpad. So now when I press 7, comes up. I'm going to make it move a little bit faster because then you can see things flip out. So up that's like maybe 2. See how it looks. That works. So that works. And I'm gonna do the same thing with sit. Set the speed to maybe 0.3. Now that's still pretty slow, so how about 0.1? 2. That's okay. And now I have my toggles. Oh, this one was really cute. I'm really excited to do the mouth rigging so I can actually use it. The hood up makes me so happy. It's so cute. I just realized I have to put the teeth back into the hood though, but that should be relatively easy. Easier than the rest of the hood. But yeah. I think I'm actually just gonna keep using this model. I love the way the hair bounces when you toggle it on. Yes, it's so fun, isn't it? Okay. Now, first let's do the teeth, because I'm gonna forget again otherwise. That should be relatively simple to do. Why are you sticking? Oh, it's because of the hair. So I will have them put them in hair as well. Where's hairless? There we go. Nope, inverse mess. There we go. So now I'm going to bring the X and Y for each T. But it should be go relatively simple. Oh yeah. It always feels so much more real when you actually do your first and export test. It's so much fun. I should really do, because I have a bad habit of not exporting until like I've done everything. But I should develop more of a habit of exporting throughout the process. One, because you can actually see how it looks when you're moving, and two, it keeps you excited, because when you actually see it tracking your face, it makes a difference. Being able to test and play with the model on stage sounds fun. Yeah, that's what like every smart model artist does. I just don't do it. I don't think about it. But it really is very useful to see how it actually works in action, and it also keeps you motivated for the throughout the project. Because when you're going through the motions in Live2D, it's like, oh my gosh, there's so many more things to keep tweaking. But then when you actually see it export, you're like, whoa, it's actually moving pretty good. Like, yeah, I still need to add some things, but for the most part, it's working well. And that could be very useful. Should only have to do the top and bottom of one side, because I should be able to copy it over to the other side. And don't worry, these teeth are plush. They're not real teeth. They're fabric, so you don't have to worry about them bumping up against my face. Okay. Now I should be able to take these two. Flip it over. Reflect angle X. Now take these guys. Eyeglass. I did my first expert test of this model. Oh, I don't have head pet on this model, I'm sorry. It has to be set up per model, which is kind of annoying. At least the way I did it. That might not be the case for other ways people will have it set up. I'm really close to starting mouth breaking. That's gonna be really exciting. I think I'm going to take Hajime model real. Which model smiles at you? You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific than that. I have a lot of. What do I do? Oh, yes. Okay, no. Do that. And then I will simply do the glasses. Ow. I guess I deserve that for being a smartass. I will hydrate, thank you. Oh my gosh, how is it already almost 4? I mean, I know I started a bit later because I was going through the throws, but it still feels like it doesn't feel like I've been going that long, is what I'm trying to say. But I also did go for 8 hours yesterday. So what do I know what long is? Can you shut up? Can you blow up? Can you explode? Okay, that looks good. I love the sit toggle. I think it is so cute. Sit down. Now I'm gonna do the tail, and then after that, the only thing to do is the mouth. I don't know why I always leave the mouth to the end, because I hate myself, I guess, but I am going to attempt. I'm going to attempt skinning. Skinning is one of those things that I would consider a pretty advanced topic, and it doesn't even work every time for me. I'll explain skinning, but if you try it and it doesn't work for you, don't worry about it, and you can try again later when you have a little bit more experience under your belt. But basically, skinning is a way that LIVE2D can automatically generate like a really flexible movement for a long and skinny shape, like a hair tendril, a tail, things like that. So but because it's automatically generated by Live2D, it doesn't always work. I'm going to put this on large because the more detailed your art mesh is, the better. I'm going to set up a deform path. This might also not look very good because I'm gonna make the deform path look bigger, so it includes the whole tail. Okay. So now the tail can move. Not super well, but it can move. And I'm going to go up to modeling, skinning. It's a use deformation path for skinning. It's going to generate for it. This is a portion of art mesh cannot be bound with glue. If you do not get the expected result, undo your operation. Please enter real quick. Okay. So now you can see the tail has a bunch of rotation deformers attached to it. Second. Okay, so it's still part of background. Good. And now you see there's a bunch of different parts. If you actually go to the parameters, you can see it made a folder called tail, and it made a bunch of parameters for the tail to wiggle at different components. But since it's automatically generated, it doesn't always work that well. But I'm just gonna put it in the physics menu and see how it looks and edit it from there. So I'm gonna put tail. The input, I'm gonna put body XYZ. I'm gonna link it to all of them. And then I need every single one of these parts of the tail to be its own pendulum. So since I have 11 parts, I'm gonna have 11 pendulums. I have a preset for a tail, so I'm going to try using that to see if that works for me. I'm gonna add it to the output settings. And if you add them all, if you've already added the pendulums, the output settings are automatically going to add it to the pendulums in consecutive order. So I'm going to give it some movement, or give it some effectiveness, and now move around a little bit, and then increase output, and I expect carnage. Okay, that's not terrible. But it's moving way too liquidy, because my tail is not that flexible. So I'm going to go back and edit the parameters. So this one, I'm going to limit the movement up greatly. Since it's resting on the ground, I don't really want it to move that much. I'll move it very slightly. Again. I'll limit the movement because because my tail is stiff, and 2, because it's setting against the floor, so it can't actually physically move that far. Going down the line. Sometimes, honestly, skinning can be more trouble than it's worth. But sometimes when it works well, it works really well. Like, my main model's tail is made with skinning, and I honestly think it looks really, really good. Good, that's really strong focus on. I'm gonna take this greatly. Ooh. Okay, now let's go back. See, now that I limit the movement, it's moving a lot better. Oh, wait, that's cute. I like that a lot, actually. I think I'm gonna inverse the body you see. And decrease the effectiveness. Yes. Oh, it's cute. Like, I like the way I can, like, kind of lift it by looking up. And then it, like, really gradually sets down. That's really cute. This might be actually one of my favorite tails so far. I'm gonna decrease the output a little bit. It's going a little crazy. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. I'm happy. I'm happy. Okay, now that I have done it with... Now that I've got the physics with skinning, I'm going to tweak it a little bit because you can see a little bit of the tail peeking out from behind the back right there. But I had to wait until after I added the physics because they're all done with a rotation deformer, and you can only you can add a rotation deformer to a warp deformer, but it does not behave the way that you're expecting. So it works better to have the warp deformers inside the rotation deformers. So I'm going to add a bunch of warp deformers inside each of these parts of the tail. Okay. This is a hidden bicep. Why? Oop. guess just too many points for articulation. That's okay. As long as I can do this. And bounce. And just squish it up there. There. Now you won't see it peek out anymore. That's fun. Okay. Alright, I think I'm going to take a lunch break and then we're going to do mouth rigging. And that'll be really the last thing. Oh, this model's very fun. I am really happy with it. I think it's really cute. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna take a fruit break. I'm gonna cook some cocoa melon for you guys. Most likely some cooking YouTube video because that's what I like to watch, so that's typically what I put on. Alrighty. Put some cocoa melon. So yeah, I'm going to go warm up some food, gonna figure out what we have in the house and warm up something and eat it. And non-zero chance it will be dino nuggies and french fries. And then I'll come back and I'll be in chat while I'm eating because I don't want you to have to deal with my gross eating noises. And then we'll be doing the mouth rigging. And then after we finish that, we'll basically be done with this model. I might tweak it off stream for a bit, but we pretty out once we do mouth rigging, we're gonna pretty much cover all the topics that I wanted to with this model. And that's really exciting and fun and epic and super epic and super epic and super epic. So I will see y'all in a bit.
Today, Mardi Gras and Carnival festivals can get pretty raucous, but they ain't nothing compared to how they tore it up in the Middle Ages. So to party like it's $13.99, we're making ravioli for a meat day from 15th century Italy. So thank you to my Patreon patrons for continuing to support this channel and for keeping me inspired with wonderful suggestions like medieval ravioli, this time on Tasting History. Mardi Gras, literally Fat Tuesday, is just that. It is the last day before Lent that you can go ahead and get fat by eating or drinking the fat.
You were gonna drink the fat!
Specifically, fat from animals. Milk, cheese, eggs, butter, and of course, meat. And that's actually probably where the term carnival comes from. Either from carne levare, meaning remove meat, or carnevale, a farewell to meat. And with that in mind, any medieval cook worth his butter would be looking for a cheese, egg, and meat-filled dish to make the most of their Mardi Gras. Like this one from the 15th century Italian cookbook Libro de Arte Coquinaria by Maestro Martino da Como. Ravioli for meat days. To make 10 portions, take a half pound of aged cheese and a little of another fatty cheese and a pound of fatty pork belly or veal breast boiled until it falls apart. Then chop it well and take some nice well-chopped herbs and pepper, cloves, and ginger, and it would taste even better if you add ground breast of capon. Mix all these together. Then make a thin sheet of pasta and stuff the mixture inside as for other ravioli. These ravioli should not be larger than a half chestnut. Cook them in capon broth or good meat broth made yellow with saffron when it boils. Let them boil for the time it takes to say 2 paternoster. Then serve topped with grated cheese and sweet spices mixed together. Similar ravioli can be made with breast of pheasant, partridge, or other birds. Now there's a lot to love about this recipe, but I think my favorite thing is the cook time, that he says to boil it for the length that it takes to say 2 paternoster, or the Lord's Prayer. You don't find that too often in modern cookbooks. So for this recipe, what you'll need is 2 cups or 200 grams of freshly grated Parmesan cheese, plus more for topping, a half cup or 110 grams of ricotta, 10 ounces or 280 grams of pork belly or fatty veal, 6 ounces or 170 grams of boiled or roasted chicken breast, shredded up, 6 tablespoons of chopped herbs, and it's really up to you which herbs you want to use. I used oregano, sage, and tarragon. A half teaspoon of black pepper or long pepper, an 1/8 teaspoon of cloves, a 1/4 teaspoon of ginger, and a mixture of sweet spices. This was often called powder douce or sweet powder, and really it depended on who the chef was, what was in this mixture. Sometimes it had sugar, sometimes not. Many of the other ingredients were clove, cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, so I'm using a little bit of everything. Then you'll need 2 quarts or 2 liters of meat or chicken broth, a pinch of saffron threads, and for the pasta, 2½ cups or 300 grams of pastry flour, all-purpose works too, and 3 large eggs. Also, YouTube just went through like this cleansing out of subscribers. They do it every once in a while, and sometimes they end up getting people who are actually subscribed who want to be subscribed and kick them off. So make sure that you are subscribed to Tasting History and that you've hit that little notification bell so you never miss an episode. So first, boil the pork belly in water for about an hour and a half or until it's very soft, then chop it up small. Now it'll do if you just chop everything really fine, but it's better if you kind of grind it up like in a food processor. It just makes it much easier to make the ravioli later on. So add the pork and the chicken breast to the food processor, and then the Parmesan and ricotta cheese, and then finally the chopped herbs, black pepper, cloves, and ginger. And blend everything until it's like a paste. Then set the filling aside while you make the pasta dough. Pour the flour onto a countertop and create a well in the middle. Then crack the eggs into the well and using your hands whisk the eggs up, then just a little at a time start incorporating the flour. Keep working it until you have a nice paste come together and then start kneading the dough for about 10 to 15 minutes, or until it's nice and smooth. Now you might not use all of the flour, you just don't want this to be a dry dough, but you also don't want it to be a sticky dough, so just use as much as you need to get a nice smooth dough. Then set it aside and cover it for about 20 minutes. Once the dough is rested, take about 1/5 of the dough and roll it out. Now, if you have a rolling pin, you can do this with a rolling pin. It is harder than using a pasta machine, but either one will work. Essentially, the process is the same. With a pasta roller, you want to start with the widest setting, rolling it smooth, and then fold it into thirds like an envelope and roll it out again. No matter what you're using, do this 4 or 5 times before rolling it as thin as possible. With a pasta roller, just keep rolling it out each time, lowering the width of the pasta. Now there are lots of ways to shape your ravioli. This is just one that you can do without using a ravioli tray. So lay the strip of pasta out onto a floured surface, making sure not to get any of the flour onto the top side of the pasta. Semolina flour works really well for this. Then spoon about a teaspoon of filling about 1.5 inches separated down the center of the pasta. Then fold the pasta over the filling and gently press around each one to seal it. Then cut out the ravioli, making sure they are well sealed, and set them on a dish. Then take another 1/5 of the pasta dough and do the same thing. Now you don't want to roll out all of the pasta dough and then go on to making the ravioli, because the dough will dry out before you're done and it's going to be really hard to work with. So you got to kind of go back and forth. It's not a quick process, it does take some time, but we have plenty of it because I'm about to tell you what it was like to go to Carnival in medieval Europe. Now the origin of Carnival is really up for debate. Some scholars believe that it grew out of the pagan festivals that happened to take place around the same time of year, but there is no concrete evidence for that. But in 743 at the Synod of Leptines, they took inventory of all the pagan practices that were still observed, and there were definitely some similarities between the old pagan practices and the medieval Carnival. They made special note of the spurcabilus in februario, debauchery in February. the women disguise themselves as men and the men as women. Others, putting on skins and horns, transform themselves into beasts. All run through the street, howling, leaping, and coming 1,000 extravagances. Sounds like a blast to me, and not that different from the later celebrations. Now, Carnival, or the weeks leading up to Ash Wednesday, did take different forms in different parts of Europe, but they all tended to be rather raucous and gluttonous. In England, it became known as Shrovetide, and on Shrove Tuesday, they celebrated by making pancakes in an effort to use up the last of the butter, eggs, and milk. Similarly, in Eastern Orthodox countries, they celebrated Maslenitsa, which has been celebrated since the 2nd century. They too made pancakes and ate lots of cheese while participating in sleigh rides and snowball fights. In many parts of Catholic Europe, Carnival was celebrated all the way from the end of Christmas until Lent. In France, it kicked off with the Feast of Fools, which was celebrated either on New Year's Day or Epiphany, which was January 6th, and it was the medieval version of Opposite Day. All of the rules of polite society were out the door that day. The poor would boss around the wealthy, everyone could mock the clergy, and you could do things in public that you usually would not do in public. And there was always a king of fools, sometimes dressed as the Pope himself. It was usually the lowliest person in town who was raised up and treated like royalty for that day, and he could basically tell everyone else what to do. In The Hunchback of Notre Dame, Quasimodo is given this dubious honor. Though I've always thought this was a bit anachronistic because it's supposed to take place in 1482, but in 1431 the Council of Basel had forbidden it to take place, and while it was probably still going on in certain places, I doubt it would have been right in front of Notre Dame. That said, who am I to, well, actually, Victor Hugo? Now, while it kicked off with the Feast of Fools, Carnival was a bit more subdued for the next couple months until it ramped up near the end, culminating in Fat Tuesday or Mardi Gras. Then the next day, Ash Wednesday, began the 40 or 46 days of Lent. There are actually 46 days, but they don't count Sundays, so often they say 40 days of Lent. This whole period was a catharsis where the general population could release their frustrations that they had pent up all year with feudalism, their lords, the church, and just being treated like a medieval peasant because they were medieval peasants. In a way, it was sort of like the Purge. Now, murder was not legal, but the festival did seem to encourage violence and drunkenness, lust, gluttony, the best of the 7 deadly sins. A blind eye was turned to them all on Mardi Gras because you knew that you were going to spend the next 6 weeks atoning for whatever you did that day. But it wasn't a total free-for-all. Even though you could do pretty much whatever you wanted within reason, during Carnival, there were still set agendas and events scheduled. Carnival plays, for example. These were allegories that were put together to explain to people why they were behaving the way that they were behaving. They would often pit Carnival and Lent against each other in a sort of trial. And in one, Lent complains that Carnival has been encouraging people to commit adultery, perjury, and even murder. But Carnival comes back and says that Lent should actually be grateful because Carnival's existence is indispensable to Lent's existence. Without the depravity of Carnival, the temperance of Lent really means nothing. It's kind of like, without a Joker, there is no Batman. Now, sometimes these plays would include a mock battle between Carnival and Lent, most famously depicted by Pieter Bruegel. Carnival was usually a corpulent fellow fighting with a meat skewer against an emaciated man or woman wielding a fish and sporting the cross of ashes on their forehead. In one rather epic battle, Lent leads an army of onions, herring, and a whale, while Carnival is supported by cheese, venison flavored with pepper, and a flock of pheasants that have already been roasted. Now, often these trials or battles would end with kind of an ambiguous ending, like, oh, what's going to happen, even though everybody knows that the next day Lent wins. But in Hans Voigt's 15th century Ein Spiel von der Fastnacht, Lent is given the victory, at which point the everyman narrator, who has kind of been on Carnival's side the entire time, plays innocent. Dear sirs, our pranks continued long enough. The fool's fashion is not everyone's favorite. We wanted to frighten Carnival here. It seems instead we've stirred her up. Now, this play would have likely been performed in Nuremberg, which had one of the most unique Carnival celebrations. See, in 1469, the Burgermeister and City Council decided to quash some of the more uncouth activities. They forbid cross-dressing and mask-wearing, fireworks, and no one, especially not the wild men, shall run after people and force them to give money with cries, insults, and injury. For indeed, in the last carnival, various people used light-headed, luxurious, immodest, impolite words and gestures in plays. Such behavior is, in the presence of honorable people and especially of maidens and women, sinful, annoying, and shameful. So the plays were gone, as were the wild men. Now, the wild men were basically the real-life embodiment of the medieval Green Man, who is a symbol of rebirth and can be found carved into buildings all throughout the world. But in Nuremberg at this time, they were not carvings, but real men who would dress as goats or horses or other figures associated with male fertility. They wore green leaves around their waist and carried a green branch in their hand. Then at Carnival, they would enter the city and abduct, presumably, a young woman and take her back to the forest. Now, these were not actual people that lived in the forest, they were people from the city who just behaved this way on Carnival. And it sort of reminds me of the ancient Roman holiday of Lupercalia, which included young men running around the city slapping women with goat skins. And I kind of wonder if maybe it's not a descendant. I don't know. But in 1469, in Nuremberg, they were done, along with all the other fun stuff that went along during Carnival, except we make exception for those who served the butchers and as protection for their usual carnival dance. Butchers, you say? See, in 1348, the artisans of Nuremberg revolted, and the knife makers and butchers of the city did not participate. And so, as their reward, they were given the opportunity every year at Carnival to dance through the streets. They didn't revolt against the rulers of the city, and instead of giving them money or a raise of any kind, they let them dance. It's like the medieval version of the pizza party. But it was an honor, and every year the butchers and knife makers of the city would dress in silk and velvet. The knife makers would dance holding knives and swords, and the butchers held onto leather rings mimicking a string of sausage as they danced from the castle, over the Fleischbrück, and around the city. And per the exception of the Burgermeister, when the rest of Carnival was cancelled, the butchers and knife makers still got to do their dance along with 12 nobles and 12 commoners who would dress in masks to clear the way and protect the dancers. Now, with the butcher's dance, or Schembartlauf, being the only activity left, it really grew. The costumes became more elaborate, and in 1475 a float was added, usually in the form of a giant ship of fools. This lasted until 1539, when the Lutherans became the majority in the city and got rid of anything to do with Carnival, except that they actually kept around images of the wild men, but they put the Pope's face on them. Now, as cool as the butcher's dance was, it never became as famous as the Carnival in Venice. Even in the Middle Ages, Venice's celebration was held in esteem not only for the meat-fueled debauchery, but its well-crafted and brightly colored masks. Even Shakespeare comments on this in The Merchant of Venice. "What are the masks? Hear you me, Jessica. Lock up my doors, and when you hear the drum and the vile squealing of the wry-necked fife, clamber not you up to the casements then, nor thrust your head into the public street to gaze on Christian fools with varnished faces." Now, the character saying this seems to be a little worried about the revelers, and unfortunately, he had right to be. See, the character was Shylock, who was Jewish, and the holiday, especially in Italy, tended to be accompanied by mistreatment of the Jewish population. Now, Venice's heyday for Carnival reached its zenith in the 18th century during the time of Casanova. The holiday had all but vanished in most of Europe, so its continued celebration in Venice was a great opportunity for tourism. Unfortunately, it also caught the eye of Napoleon Bonaparte when he visited the city with his army. He was afraid that the celebration would give the citizens an opportunity to foment rebellion, and so in 1797 he canceled it, and it remained canceled until 1979. In fact, most of Europe's Mardi Gras celebrations are revivals rather than ongoing traditions. It was really left up to places like New Orleans and Rio de Janeiro to keep up traditional Carnival. But in either place, I doubt they'll serve you medieval ravioli for a meat day. So once you've shaped all of your ravioli, boil the chicken broth and add in the saffron, then let it boil for about 5 minutes until the saffron colors it yellow. Then add your ravioli, just a few at a time. Now, the recipe says to boil these for the length of 2 paternosters, which is like 2 minutes, but Maybe they talk really, really slow because 2 minutes ain't gonna cut it, so go with about 4 minutes or until they're done. Regardless, once they're all cooked, cover them with plenty of Parmesan and sprinkle with a bit of the powder douce, or sweet spices. And here we are, medieval ravioli for a meat day. So I had to cut one in half because they were just too big. I wish that I could have made them smaller. They're supposed to be smaller, but I think it's a skill. So it is what it is. Let's give it a shot. So there is a hint of that spice in there, but it's not overwhelming by any stretch of the imagination. I wouldn't think, oh, this is sugar and cinnamon and ginger. Not at all. That's great. What's weird is I don't taste the meat. I get a little bit of that meaty quality, but it's not meat, it is cheese. This is cheese and herb. Really, you could just take like an herb cheese and fill these. I think you're going to end up with something very, very similar. What does not come through at all is the saffron. You don't get any saffron flavor from boiling it. In the saffron, it's just going to help color them. So you could probably leave that out. Overall, the flavor is really, really great. What isn't is the texture. I think it's a little bit dry. I think maybe I'm just so used to having like a sauce on my pasta. Even if it was just a drizzle of olive oil or a light butter sauce, I think that would really, really help. But that's an easy change to make. So whether you make medieval ravioli or not, I hope you have a marvelous Mardi Gras and a crazy Carnival, and follow me on Instagram, Tasting History with Max Miller, and I will see you next time on Tasting History.
We gotta go, we gotta get out there. The clams don't move. Hi everyone, I'm Claire Saffitz. Welcome to my home kitchen. Today I am making a recipe inspired by the incredible beignets at Café du Monde in New Orleans. These are my pillowy beignets. They are from the Stovetop Desserts chapter in What's for Dessert. They are crispy on the outside and super soft and light, but also chewy on the inside. They're just so, so delicious and really fun to make. Okay, I've only been in New Orleans one time. Harris, my husband, had been there several times and was like, we have to go to Café du Monde and like first thing, have some beignets. They were everything I hoped they would be and more. Just so delicious, incredible texture. So I really wanted to recreate that at home. I've made a million donuts in the past, like I'm very comfortable with frying at home, but I never really made this style of beignet. And it really is like its own category of fried dough. So I did a lot of research, but of course the recipe is like quite secretive. So this is kind of my best reverse engineering of that. And they're really fun to make at home and like pretty forgiving also. So let's talk about the ingredients. It's pretty straightforward. I'm using all-purpose flour. If you're using an all-purpose flour that has like a lower protein content, you might want to use bread flour, but this is King Arthur, which has like an 11%-ish protein content. So all-purpose or bread, it would be fine either way. Then I have just a quarter cup here. This is some whole wheat flour. The recipe calls for whole wheat or rye or barley flour. This is gonna add a lot of flavor to the beignets. Granulated sugar, kosher salt, baking powder, active dry yeast, milk, 2 large eggs, and then for frying, I have some neutral oil with high smoke point. And for serving, of course, powdered sugar, essential. The beignets themselves are not that sweet, so we really generously coat them in powdered sugar, just like they do at Café du Monde. Special equipment. In terms of the dough, very little, basically just a bowl and a spatula. But for deep frying, you will need a heavy bottomed like pot with high sides. So here I'm using a Dutch oven. Before I get into the recipe, I want to thank our friends at Made In for sponsoring this episode. And here in front of me, I have their line of beautiful enameled cast iron. Everything is hand enameled by artisans in a multi-generational factory in France. They've been making enameled cast iron since the 1920s. Every piece is so beautiful. I have their Dutch oven, skillet, and then this is a new 2-quart saucepan. What I love about this line is that it can go from the stovetop, and it works on induction, any heat source, to the oven, to the table. It's heat safe above 500 degrees, so they're incredibly versatile and perfect for all of your like fall braises and soups, especially getting into the winter months. But of course, I'm going to use it today for frying our beignets. Perfect vessel for deep frying. One special feature of this line is that all the lids feature this cloud cover technology where it condenses and traps steam and then returns all that moisture to whatever it is that you're cooking inside. So the design is just so smart, plus really, really beautiful. And I love that it has these metal handles, so everything is oven safe. So you can check out this entire line of enamel cast iron cookware as well as Maiden's other cookware at maidencookware.com. And there is a code below for a discount off your order, so check it out. Now I'm gonna mix the dough. This is a pretty wet dough, which is really important in achieving the final texture that we want in the beignets, which is super light, but also really chewy with like big interior holes. That to me is like the kind of telltale classic sign of a Café du Monde style beignet. So I'm gonna start by mixing my dry ingredients, and I'm doing this by hand. You don't need a mixer to do this, but you could just combine everything in the bowl of the stand mixer and let the hook do the work. So I have my all-purpose flour here. Then I'm adding a little bit, this is whole wheat, the recipe calls for rye or even barley. I think that actually they use barley flour at Café du Monde. This is just gonna add a little bit of extra flavor to the beignets. Then sugar, about a half cup. My baking powder. This is kind of like an insurance policy. The yeast is obviously what's gonna produce the gas and give you an airy texture, but the baking powder is there just to like give it extra sort of puffing when it goes into the oil. And then this is kosher salt, 2 1/4 teaspoons. It seems like a lot of salt, but without that quantity of salt, it's just not seasoned enough. You really want to be able to taste the flavor of the dough. So the salt's really important. So I'm just gonna whisk all of this together. Probably this bowl is too small, but that's fine. So now I'm gonna mix my liquid ingredients. I'm gonna start by measuring out, I think it's 3/4 of a cup plus 2 tablespoons of lukewarm water, but I'm just gonna weigh it, so it's 200 grams. And when you're thinking about lukewarm water, just know that body temp is 98, so if it's slightly warm to the touch, it's probably around 100 degrees, and that's what you want. This is just slightly warm to the touch. You don't want it to feel hot because you risk killing the yeast if it exceeds, 115, 120 Fahrenheit. You can always use a thermometer to double check. It's too much. 200. Okay, so to this I'm going to add my active dry yeast. I'm using a teaspoon. Active dry yeast is pretty reliable, but it does need to be dissolved a little bit first. You can see that the mixture is kind of cloudy because that yeast has dissolved. And now I'm gonna add my milk. I have a half cup of milk that I brought to room temperature. I'm gonna mix all that together. And then 2 large eggs, also at room temp. So you can see we're making kind of a modified sweet dough, yeasted dough. So I'm just gonna kind of gently whisk this, break up some of those eggs. You can just do this in a medium bowl, but I just think it's kind of convenient in a measuring cup this size. And now, this part's really easy. I'm just gonna make a little bit of a well in the center, meaning kind of raise up the sides of the flour. So all this liquid's gonna go in. So I'm just gonna use a spatula, and I'm gonna gently incorporate everything. So at this point, I wanna get all the flour hydrated. So I'm gonna stir with the spatula, or again, the bowl scraper, until I have no more dry floury areas. And I'm doing that with the spatula instead of my hand because at this point it's gonna feel really sticky because the flour hasn't really had a chance to fully absorb that liquid. So it's easier to do this with a spatula as opposed to your hand. But once you get everything really well incorporated, and make sure that there's no like pockets of dry at the very bottom. Once you have everything nice and evenly mixed, then I'm gonna switch to my hand and we're gonna knead this. It almost looks like a thick batter. It hasn't really come together into a dough yet, but that's the purpose of mixing. And by hand, this is gonna take a little while. This is gonna take maybe about 15 minutes. So if you get tired, you can just like throw, a damp towel over it and come back to it. That's okay. You don't wanna let it sit too long because the yeast will start to kind of activate, but this part requires a little bit of patience. So I'm gonna leave one clean hand and then use one hand for kneading. So here's what you're gonna do. At this point, it's not gonna have a lot of structure, meaning it's gonna not sort of hold together. It's not gonna be very cohesive, but you're just gonna take one hand, kind of lift it up from one side of the bowl and press it back toward the center. So you can see when I do this, it breaks really easily and it's super sticky. So at this point, you can see the lack of structure, like there's no elasticity, it just kind of breaks apart. So what I'm gonna do is just continue to work it this way until I see a couple things. One, it's gonna smooth out in texture a little bit. Two, it's going to have more elasticity and more sort of cohesion, so it's gonna hold together in one mass. And it's still gonna be really sticky, but it's just going to be less sticky than it is now. So I'm just going to continue with this kind of kneading motion with one hand and rotating the bowl with my other. And I'll check back with you in like 10 minutes and we'll see how it's coming along. I will say, if you do wanna just sort of like set it and forget it and leave it in the stand mixer with the hook, keep it on the lowest speed. And I would check it after 5 minutes. Might need to go a little bit longer, but I'll show you what that kind of endpoint looks like. It's kind of already getting to the point where it wants to stick to itself more than it wants to stick to my hand. That's good. So after about 10 minutes of kneading, this is what the dough looks like. It is still sticky, but it definitely has more of a tendency to stick to itself rather than my hands. It's become pretty elastic. It is holding its shape much, much better inside the bowl. And it has sort of pretty good cohesion. So it's really kind of staying together all in one mass. I think this is really sufficient kneading. Let me just clean off my hand really well. I'm gonna clean down the side of the bowl and then we're gonna let it rise at room temperature. So it's time to get my oil heating. I just realized I don't have a deep fat thermometer here, but I have an instant read thermometer. So I'm gonna use that to kind of monitor the temperature. I'm using neutral oil that has a high smoke point for this. So you can use peanut, vegetable, I don't know, what else people use?
Can you use pure lard?
You could fry them in lard if you wanted to, why not?
Grapeseed.
Grapeseed
Avocado.
is a good one. Avocado is great, but it's probably gonna be so expensive. So I have my made-in Dutch oven over on the stove, and I like using it for frying because it has nice high sides and there's really, really even heating. I'm gonna pour in the oil until I get to a depth that's about a third to a halfway up the sides. You just don't wanna go higher than that because it's just not a great idea. So you might not use all the oil that you have. You always want to leave a little bit of room when you're deep frying, like a little bit of headspace, because the more sort of moisture there is in whatever you're deep frying, the more bubbling you'll get and the more displacement you'll get as it's frying, so the oil level will rise a little bit. These beignets don't bubble that much, but just for safety, a third to halfway up the sides. So it depends on your vessel. And then, pro tip, save the bottle of the empty oil bottle, because after you do a couple rounds of frying, it's actually good for holding the oil once it cools and reusing, and then you can use it to throw it out when you're done. In what's for dessert, because I have a few desserts that are deep fried, I do give some really helpful tips if you're deep frying at home, and one of them is what to do with the oil once it's spent and how to know when the oil is spent. But a lot of places have like drop off where you can recycle used cooking oil. So check that out. It could, like your farmer's market might have it, but if you can't find that in your area, then you end up just throwing it out in the trash. Don't pour it down the drain. That will be very bad for your house's plumbing. So this is the dough that is beginning its rise. I want to let it go at room temperature. Now, depending on the temperature of your home, the ambient temperature, it might take less time or more time. But after about an hour and a half, it's going to get really bubbly on the surface and have grown to be about doubled in size. I have one that I made last night and refrigerated because this dough does go into the fridge after that first rise. So I'm going to show you what it looks like and you can kind of compare the two volumes. This one has grown in size, and there's also I see lots of little bubbling beneath the surface, so I know that it's full of that gas produced by the yeast. And importantly, this has chilled. I did let it go overnight, so you can chill it anywhere between 4 hours and overnight. It takes 4 hours for it to really fully get cold. And the reason we chill it is not only to give you more flexibility as far as your timeline for when you want to fry them, but also because the dough is a lot easier to handle when it's cold. So you do want to use it straight from the fridge. So this one I'll put aside. Will rise and then throw it in the fridge, but this one's ready to go. So I'm going to move on to the next stage, which is forming the beignets and frying. I'm going to start my oil heating while I form these, just on like medium low. So when I was testing this recipe, one of the mistakes I kept making was not using enough flour to really pat down the dough and cut the squares, because even though it's cold, it is still really, really sticky. So you want to be very generous in coating your work surface with flour. And it's okay because when we go to fry them, we end up kind of patting off and like shaking off a lot of the excess flour. So It says very generously flour, and I mean very generously flour. So now I'm gonna use really generously floured hands to pat this down. And I like to kind of lift it up a little bit, make sure it's not sticking. You do not have to be gentle with this, and don't worry too much about popping any bubbles. You'd really just, and it's not gonna take a lot of force on your part to get this into the shape that you want it to be. Okay, so I have it in this sort of rough rectangular shape. And the rectangular shape is just so that I can cut beignets that are more or less square, but the shapes don't really matter. I'm not too worried about like each one having the perfect dimension. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut them into about 2.5-inch squares. So I'm not even, I have my ruler to cut, I didn't even really use it. I have my ruler, so I'm at 18, 12-ish. Close enough. I'm not going to measure this. I'm just going to go by sight. I separated them a little bit just to give me a little breathing room because the dough is so wet still that if you leave it really close together, it will want to kind of re-adhere. But we'll separate more later. So these guys are going to be kind of smaller. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a little bit more flour. And now I want to actually just kind of pull them apart a little bit on the work surface. Make sure that they're not sticking to the surface nor to each other. If you're feeling like the flour is sort of caked on in places, it's not that important. We're going to sort of give everything a little bit of a shake before we fry. And as I pull them apart, they're getting like a little bit, the shapes are getting a little bit irregular, but does not matter. I sort of like that look. So that one I recut because I got a little bit stuck to its neighbor. They're all separated. They have a little bit of room. There's plenty of flour to prevent sticking. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover these with a kitchen towel so they don't dry out too much. So 375, these are going to rest here and kind of go through a little bit of a short proof while that oil comes up, but it just goes through a kind of short little rest here on the bench while the oil comes up, and you'll notice a little bit of puffing. Let's check in with our frying setup because it's important really for frying that you have your mise en place or just all the prep ready to go, because deep frying is the kind of thing where it's like you're not so light on your feet when you're deep frying. You're pretty much like stuck here. So you don't want to be running all over the kitchen grabbing stuff. So I have my thermometer. I just want to say that my oil's on sort of medium high, and I'm right at 375, close enough, around 370.
It says 366.
366.
Can't lie to your friend.
Okay, fine. Well, let's see. 370. Okay, 369, 370. Close enough. All right. So I'm gonna keep going. Be very conscious of the fact that when you add cold dough or cold anything, or even room temperature anything, to hot oil, it's gonna drop the temp. So I like to kind of get it nice and steady, and then when I start to add my dough, actually crank up the heat. So you're gonna constantly be regulating. It is easier when you have a deep fat thermometer because you can just sort of like constantly be seeing. So I'll be taking the temp a lot with my thermometer. Here I want to point out I have a rack set over some paper towel. Typically I would put the paper towel in the bottom of a rimmed baking sheet and then the rack on top. I don't know where any of my rimmed baking sheets are right now. I have a suspicion Harris has something to do with that, but I don't have that. So that'll do for now. And then I have a spider. You can use a slotted spoon, but this is just going to be used for turning everything in the oil and also removing it from the oil. So I'm going to start adding my beignets. Also my hood is on, so you might hear a little bit of that, but because you want good ventilation when you're deep frying. When you're doing this at home, it's best for you to be on your work surface next to the oil. I'm gonna have to, since I was here for you to see, I'm gonna have to be crossing this area, but I'm not gonna throw them in behind me like they do them at Café du Monde.
Can we track this?
No. I'm gonna start by grabbing my beignets, and I'm gonna kind of grab them one at a time, and I'm gonna do this kind of like back and forth motion to dust off some of the excess flour. But I'm not too worried about the flour because one, it does contribute to that kind of crispiness on the outside. Two, it's not really going to dry out the beignet because there's so much moisture in that dough anyway. The one kind of negative about lots of flour is that it will kind of sink down in your oil, and it will, like, the oil will kind of go bad faster. You can even use a little brush if you want. So I'm going to, one by one, sort of slip these into the oil. You're going to immediately see them puff. So I'm adding the beignets sort of one at a time. It depends on sort of your frying vessel and the size and dimensions. I'm going to add enough so that the pot is full more or less, but that they still have plenty of room to swim around. So that's really important. You want the beignets to have plenty of room, and you don't want to overwhelm the oil and then drop the temp really fast. So you can probably get at least 6 in here at the beginning. And they are already puffing so much. But yeah, so I've dropped some, so I'm going to crank up the heat a little bit. So these are actually almost done, some of the first ones. As soon as the dough goes in, they puff almost immediately. So they barely even have time to sink and then rise again. So they dramatically puff, I would say. And actually they do take on color rather quickly because of that sugar that's in the dough that encourages browning. You know, I'm adding them one by one, but I'm also kind of keeping an eye on the ones that are in there so I can monitor the browning. And I love how they just get so puffy. And that means that all that air in there is expanding. Plus that little bit of baking powder in there is also causing that puffing. And so I'm still right at a nice oil range. I'm in like the 360s. So I'm constantly monitoring the temp because again, I'm adding, you know, several portions of this cool room temp dough, and that's going to drop the oil temp. So actually my oil is still on like a medium high because I just don't want big dramatic temperature fluctuations. I just want consistent frying. So these cook fast. It's really just like about 2 minutes or so in the oil for the beignets per batch. So even though we have a lot of beignets to fry, they go really fast. Now, when you're dropping anything into the oil, you don't actually want to drop from up high because then you're going to splash hot oil. So I like to actually go kind of right down. I'm obviously not touching the oil, to be very explicit about that. You want to just be very deliberate about how you're adding your dough. And if you feel concerned about it, you can put it in your spider and then drop it in that way. They smell so good. So it's important with beignets, you want to eat them hot or as like soon out of the fryer as possible. If you don't want this many beignets, which is a couple dozen, you could always make a half recipe, but I think it's nice to have this many. So now the final step, which is so important, is to dust them with a lot of powdered sugar. I mean, like cake them on. The dough itself is not very sweet at all. They are so light for their size. It's just incredible. So I know that they're gonna have like tons of air pockets in there, and they have that like perfectly, like look how pillowy they are. So not only are they pillowy, but then you get these kind of little irregular corners, and that part's crispy. So it's just the most incredible textural experience to eat them. So I'm gonna just dust some of them with powdered sugar. And you do wanna do the powdered sugar right before serving because eventually it will start to absorb a little bit of like the oil that's on the surface of the beignet, and you don't get that really beautiful like snow effect. Try not to do it where you have a giraffe like I do. Getting powdered sugar a little bit all over the place. I think a glass of iced coffee or like a cappuccino if you have an espresso machine at home, or just a straight espresso or hot, whatever it is, hot coffee, this is the time. So I want to show you what the interior looks like because that is, to me, the best part. This really singles out this recipe, I think, as being really special is what the interior looks like. So I want to show you. You can see that it has like huge air pockets and that the dough itself is still, like there's still tons of moisture in there. You get it crispy, you get it chewy, you get light. And also I want to say not even the least bit greasy. These really fry so well. They don't absorb a ton of oil, especially with that high temp of 375. So it's really good. Now don't exhale as you eat it. It's important. Oh my God, so chewy. But then it like dissolves because you're kind of eating air. I think even just that little quarter cup of whole wheat or rye or barley flour really does so much to the flavor, and that overnight rest in the fridge also really helps to enhance the flavor. It's not just like blank white flour. I got powdered sugar to the back of my throat. If you're not careful, you could really eat a lot of these in one sitting. Also exceptionally dunkable if you have coffee.
And you said these are better than Café du Monde?
No, Café du Monde, definitely a singular culinary experience, but if you're craving that style of beignet at home, or if you just want to try making a type of donut or fried dough that you've never made before, these are so fun, and also I think a great way to kind of get a little bit more comfortable with deep frying at home. And now I have like 2 dozen beignets that we're gonna eat. It really feels like I just ate nothing. That's how light it is. So, you know, proceed with caution. But anyway, so much fun. I love bringing you more recipes from What's for Dessert, so more episodes to come. And I want to thank our sponsors at Made In, the makers of beautiful enamel cast iron cookware, and so much more. So head on over to madeincookware.com. Again, there is a code below, so check it out. And thank you so much for watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe.
Hi, we are back to it. Sorry, I was repositioning myself, so I muted myself real quick because my chair is gets caught really loud on my. Let me turn the music down. There we go. Okay. We're gonna start the gonna start the mouth now. That's gonna be pretty big. Alrighty. The mouth I do typically edit directly on the art mesh. So where are my mouth params? So mouth rigging is done on 2 params. Mouth form, which is smile to frown, and mouth open, which is open close. Mouth form is a 3-point parameter, and then mouth open is a 1-point parameter. But very often, you're gonna see me add points in the between though. But I'm gonna start with mouth form. I'm actually, oops, this art mesh isn't that bad, but I'm actually gonna make a new art mesh for the lip, because since you're editing the art mesh directly, it helps to have a very neat art mesh. So I am using this tool down here called the stroke mesh mapping tool. It's like a pencil with like a lattice structure next to it. You can basically draw a new. I'm gonna have to edit this for sure, but it helps to get a really, really neat art mesh for the mouth. Okay, like that. And then I'm going to do the edges independently, because I have these little dimples. So this is one of the few times you're actually going to see me edit an art mesh directly. There are a lot of model artists who do every single art mesh by hand. And they're probably better rig artists than I am, but that's extremely daunting for a beginner rigger and takes forever. But I am going to edit this one. Gonna do the same on this side. This almost done. And I'm gonna copy, then go to the bottom lip line, go to mesh edit mode, and then paste. And I don't need all this. Just need up there. Okay. There we go. The teeth can just have an auto mesh. Does not need to be particularly detailed because you're not going to deform the teeth very much since teeth are hard, so you're not going to move them in very complex ways. But you still want them to have an art mesh. And then tongue. And then mouth back. Mouth back, you're probably going to want a pretty heavy art mesh, because you are going to move that around quite a bit. Okay. First thing I want to do, I want to clip the tongue and the teeth to the mouth back. So that's the first thing I'm going to do. Copy the ID, put it in clipping ID. Oops, I included the bottom left line. I'll just delete that real quick. Now, if I move the mouth back, the teeth won't show up in it. So that's going to be really useful when I get to mouth rigging. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to do the mouth forms, which is going to be the smile and frown. So I'm going to go up here and make a deform path. This is going to help to smoothly, it's going to help us smoothly edit the lip lines. The default is a smile, but for the grin, I'm just going to move it up a little bit, make the smile a bit bigger. And you're gonna have to try your best to keep it symmetrical, because unfortunately you can't deform things symmetrically. Like, you can copy and paste things to have them symmetrical, but if you're editing one object, you can't do anything to make that symmetrical. And then I'm going to bring this down to a frown. The frown can be kind of tricky, especially if you draw your mouths with dimples like mine. I'm gonna try to make it like a cute frown. So I'll make it a little smaller. Squinch stuff up a little bit. Yeah, something like that. Shrink it a little bit. It's kind of hard to see with the mouth back, so let me hide that for right now. See, that's a smile, and then that's the frown. And I'm going to do the same with the bottom line, match it underneath the top line. Well, that's essentially going to be the case for all of the closed mouth forms, just hiding the bottom line underneath the top line. I find sometimes making the bottom line a little bit thinner helps to completely hide it underneath. So I'm gonna squish it a little bit. Yeah. Let me see if I can't get these dimples to kind of point down a bit more. Okay. And then that's the smile, so I have to get the bottom up with the smile, which would be much easier because it's way closer to the base. Okay, so now we have a smile and a frown. And it should stay on top of the face, because we already moved the face around. But you always want to make sure you can definitely still move the mouth deformer around to make sure it's still on the face properly. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna do we're gonna get this guy down, because it should be first. These need to be higher up. Now this guy needs to be squished down. So So make it real, real thin. Basically a line. I'm gonna shrink it this way too. And hide it behind the line. As I've said, a lot of people will rig the mouths with a skin layer for like the bottom lip and the top lip to cover the mouth back instead of moving the mouth back itself. Both methods work in my experience. I've done both of them. They both work fine. I slightly prefer this method though. So this is what I usually do. Just because in my experience, when you give a model really big blush and the blush is usually in front, it's usually clipped to the head and it's usually around the head. Sometimes then you get issues where the skin flaps around the mouth go over the blush and then you can see them. So that's the biggest reason why that issue can be resolved, but that's the biggest reason why I usually rig my mouse this way instead. As neatly as possible, just squanch it under there. This should be a relatively easy mouth to rig because the lines are so thick. The thinner the lines are, the harder it's going to be to rig the mouth. And I will say, if you want to make your first model easier, there's nothing wrong with going for a simple mouth rig where you just have like open and close and maybe smile and frown, open, closed. But if you want your mouths to be a bit more accurate, then you can follow this method. But that's more complex mouth rigging. I could totally understand being something that you tackle with a future model, especially since I would recommend your first model be a simplified design or a chibi, and those tend to work really well with simplified mouth rigging anyway. Okay, so I have the first basic 3 mouth forms. Now I'm going to do the first mouth opens. So I'm going to start with a neutral mouth open. So I'm going to add mouth open as a parameter. I'm going to go up to 1, take my bottom line, and move it. And let's move this up a little bit for mouth open. And then I'm going to take mouth back, and I squanched it all up, so how are you going to able to morph it onto be behind the back? So what you can do is you can go up to edit at the top. No, sorry, I was wrong. Go to modeling at the top, go to edit form, and go to revert to original. And then it'll go back. And then you can use that to go underneath the mouth, and I'm gonna have to work the teeth. Okay, now I'm gonna take my bottom tooth and tongue, add it to both mouth form and mouth open, move it down. Now you got your first mouth form. You might see the mouth back smushing around a bit, and we'll get to that in a bit. But see, first one, bop, 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 bop. Let me actually see if I can't. Actually trying to see if I can just re-export this one just so I have like simple mouth forms, and then I'll do the more complex mouth ring because I like this model and I want to keep using it, but I also want to be able to talk. So I'll do the first few shapes and then I'll re-export, and then I'll do the more complex shapes, and I'll do stuff like mouth X. Okay, almost done. Not really peeking out anymore. Okay, so that's the first shape. Just a basic ah ah ah, and you could always just end it here. But I'm going to go a bit more detailed. And since mouths are something that a lot of people struggle with, there's a lot of resources for doing complex mouth rigging, I will say. So there is not one way to do it. This is just the way that I do it. Your newest child is almost ready to go out to the world, and that child is me. I'm giving birth to myself. Yeah, there's not going to be that much difference between the neutral and smile, since the smiling is neutral. Or the neutral is smiling. Alright, bottom teeth. Mouth that's peeking out again. Okay. And I'm gonna do the basic set. Soon the model will be able to speak its first words. Yeah. First word is going to be pussy. Bottom line got a little shrunk, so I'm gonna refer to original. Do I like this small shape? I'm not sure. I'm curious to see how I did my mouse shapes on my old phone. Oh, interesting. There's like basically no difference between mouth open front and mouth open neutral. I will say, for more accurate lip reading, the mouth open neutral should be more of a neutral abba, but since this is a chibi model, I thought it would be fine for the neutral to be a smile. I might actually still change it, we'll see. Yeah. Essentially, by the end of this, the mouth forms and mouth open parameters are going to have a lot of keyframes on them with unique shapes on each keyframe. And that's why mouth rigging takes so long. The transition between smile to frown usually has some issues, but there's going to be keyframes in between, so I'm not too worried about it. It bothers me that this gets thin. Let me squish it down so it's thinner. Okay. I don't like the way that these like don't move at all, so I'm gonna move them up just a bit. There we go. I can see it's not symmetrical, but no mouth ever is going to be. Wonder if there's a way to like draw half the mouth and then copy and flip it over so that the mouth is perfectly symmetrical. Okay. So those are the basic first mouth forms. I'm gonna add more, but that's enough to export it. Smile. Export mock. Overwrite, overwrite, yes. Okay. Swap. Yep. Take this. Copy. Go to the LIVE2D folder. Delete this one. Add this one. Reload a model. Now go back. And now I can talk. I just realized I don't have my teeth, but that's fine. That is fine because as discussed, this is a temporary mouth. I just wanted to move. I just want to be able to talk. Oh, why did the J? Oh, never mind. I accidentally deleted my toggles. That's fine. I'm still here. Hi. So definitely not perfect, but we're literally still in the process of working it. I just wanted to be able to a bit. And I didn't want to go back to my old model because this one is really cute and I was having fun being inside of it. Okay, now I can sit. And one thing I want to do real quick. Okay. Now I can sit over here. Okay, now I can keep working on myself. But yeah, I forgot these teeth. That's okay. I'm gonna probably add them later. Because since they go over my bottom teeth, because they stick out, they can be a little bit... They're a little bit of a special case. But okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a middle frame to mouth open at 0.5. And for the smile, I'm going to make this a grin. So I'm going to pull it back just a bit. And then pull the teeth up. So it makes a smile. This can stay as is. And this can stay as is. Okay, I'm actually going to pull up my current model and reference its mouth. But the other thing I want to do is I'm going to try to make an O sound. I'm just messing around with my mouth. Base frames. Negative 0.5. Yes, so negative 0.5. Yes, I'm still listening. Negative 0.5 on the mouth form. I'm going to add another key point. It's going to be kind of in between a frown and a smile. It's kind of going to be like a somewhat neutral. No. Yeah. But the full mouth open doesn't matter as much. The reason why I have a keyframe at negative 0.5 is because this is where I'm going to make the O sound. But that's halfway through mouth open. So that's a 0.5. Okay, and 0.5, I'm going to... I think I'm going to copy this one. Control-Shift-C, and then go over here, Control-Shift-B. This is the closest mouth shape to an O sound, so I'm going to start with this base. It's going to be... this. Okay. I was wondering if you could hear the ice cream truck outside of my house. Okay. Now, first I'm gonna, I see some things sticking out, so I'm gonna tweak it just a bit. Squanch the mouth up a bit. First, I have to take these and kind of... No, actually, those can stay. Now at 0.3, I'm going to make an even tighter O shape. So select all, Control-Shift copy, make a keyframe at 0.3. paste it and deselect the teeth and shrink it to make it an even tighter ooh sound. I'm also going to move the teeth up. Tongue is kind of too far up. Actually, both of them are too. Okay. Now I'll fix up this one. In hindsight, I've actually gotten pretty fast at rigging mouths. These genuinely rigging a mouth used to take me all day. But now we're like almost done. We have the main mouth shapes. We just have to start tweaking it because a lot of things are going to be like peeking out of place. We have the big smile. This one I might make more neutral. And we have the grin. Yeah, this one I think I'm going to make a little bit more neutral. Not so heavy. Actually, yeah, just a little bit more. Yeah, like that. Okay. I was just looking because I also made my eye bounce more sensitive, so I was just checking to see if I could see them now. And I can. I just want to show you. It's my first export test. They were kind of... couldn't even really see them. Okay. Now, now I was just checking for things peeking out like that. I usually have a lot of area around, trouble area around here, around the tight O, so let me look at that. Yeah, so I see some of the mouth peeking out. But that's an easy fix. Okay. Yeah, making this mouth with super thick lines was such a good idea. It makes it stuff slip out so less frequently. I'm gonna make an additional keyframe here. Just checking all the keyframes. Here's one. Here's one. Oh, there's bottom minus. Bottom eye is sticking out and the mouth is poking out. This is gotta switch up here. So far in my experience, there's nothing that outside of just like doing the most basic mouth working you can manage, nothing that I've done has been able to avoid having to like tweak all the mouth shapes to make sure nothing's peeking out. So this is just part of the process. Like I said, unless you do really simple mouth shapes, which is not anything inherently wrong with. I just like having relatively accurate mouth shapes, which is why I'm planning on finally experimenting with VTuber once I start working on my 3.0. Okay, that looks good. I don't see anything poking out. Where are my ooze? Where are my ooze? My ooze are here. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, now let's get these guys in here. In my experience, if you have a character with teeth sticking out of their lips, don't stress yourself trying to be realistic. You're just gonna hurt yourself and it's not gonna look... Especially like if you don't have a realistic style, why are you trying to be realistic with teeth? Because it doesn't work. Because in reality, if you really had your teeth sticking out like this, you wouldn't be able to make mouth shapes like this. So this one, these ones, since you do want it to actually stick outside of the mouth, you unfortunately can't clip them to the inside of the mouth, so you have to actually push them around to make sure that they don't peek out. Must resist urge to get my little snaggle tooth sticking out now. I mean, you can. It's not that hard. You just have to accept that you're just gonna push stuff around. Like, the only thing that makes it hard is trying to, like, be really anal and make it make sense. Because you're not trying to make it make sense, you're trying to make it look good. You know what I mean? Okay. Now I'm gonna need, yeah, I'm gonna need it for over here. There is good, but for this, now I've been making Flapper would be interesting. Ooh, I'm always a proponent of giving your characters snack teeth for obvious reasons. I am biased. Yeah, but it's not like it's really that hard, much harder than like the rest of the mouth. It's just, the mouth is just tedious inherently. Like, unless you want to go super simple, which is totally an option. I just like having detailed mouth shapes. Okay. Oh. Almost done. Or at least almost done with the basic mouth shapes, but I'm gonna add some extra things to do the mouth. Okay, I think that's it. Camera mau batu apa? Oh yo, talk for me, bitch. Oh, the toggles. You know what? Actually, let's not include the toggles. Now talk for me, bitch. Oh, she's so smug. Talking good. Oh. You. Okay. Oh, there you go. There you are. Okay. Alrighty. Now that the basic mouth shapes are done, I'm gonna add a couple more mouth shapes because I have an iPhone. So basically, if you have an iPhone, there are three main things that you can have for your mouth that someone using webcam can't have. That's mouth X, i.e. being able to move your mouth left and right, and cheek puff, which lets you puff out your cheeks, which I can't do for this model, so I have to rig those. You also can get tongue out, but I'm not going to add that to this model because tongue out is annoying. So I'm just not going to add it. Smile. And I didn't draw it anyway, so. So webcams actually, yes. If you want the best experience for face tracking in V2 Studio, I recommend using an iPhone because the webcam, it's not as accurate. It's a bit slower, and you don't get access to more complex mouse shapes. Unless you have an NVIDIA graphics card, then you can get NVIDIA tracking, which is more accurate, and you get access to the mouse shapes. Yeah, because unfortunately, because the iPhone has what's it called? Face ID, which is like a really detailed face tracking API that they give access to people who make apps on their app store. And so the iPhone version of VTube Studio gives you the best face tracking. Damn it, I will be haunted for the rest of my life for not getting NVIDIA. Yeah, me too. Okay, so I'm gonna make a couple parameters. Mouth X. Just gonna have a -1 and a 1. And cheek puff, which is a 0 and a 1. Sorry, I was blanking for a second. So for those, I'm gonna do the top teeth, the top line, top teeth, bottom line, and mouth back. I don't think, do I? I don't. Okay. And mouth back. And then I put that in a deformer. I have an old iPhone 7, I think, but it's a bit awkward to have to use an expensive smartphone. Yeah, I mean, I used webcam for the majority of the time when I first started doing it. It's unfortunate. I got an iPhone secondhand from eBay. It has to be like iPhone X and up because it has to have Face ID. So I got a secondhand iPhone 11 from eBay for like $300 or something. So not cheap by any measure, because unfortunately iPhones have crazy resale value. So webcam works perfectly fine, but if you want the most accurate face tracking, you might want to consider investing in. Well, it really just depends on how like serious you are about it. You know what I mean? It's just like I got it not because I'm that serious about streaming, but just because I'm really serious about rigging. And I was like, I want to see my models with the best face tracking, and having an iPhone will let me make better models for other people. But if it's something that's casual for you, webcam tracking works perfectly fine. So now if I do, hee. Okay, so I have to extend the tooth a bit. I won't really need it, to be fair. I just kind of feel bad, sort of gatekeeper. Oh yeah, no, I really wish that someone would make a webcam that has the detailed face tracking that iPhone is. I've thought about this a lot. Like if they just made a webcam that is just a webcam. It doesn't have all the other phone stuff, because I now have an iPhone that like I don't really use for anything other than face tracking, because my main phone is still just a Samsung. But it's just still a webcam that just has the face tracking API on it. I think that would be really useful. So like camera tech, or can a webcam be used with a program? What do you mean by that? So you can use the webcam. Hi, Shy. So basically, you can use the webcam, but if you use the webcam, you're using VTube Studio's native face tracking. Use the native VTube Studio face tracking API, but iPhone has a more detailed face tracking API because it's iPhone and they want to steal your face. And then VTube Studio can use that API. So, it's because iPhones have, what's it called? IR. They have ultra red technology that like makes a heat map of your face, which is kind of creepy when you think about it. So I'm just not going to think about it. But yeah, webcam tracking really works perfectly fine. I'm just being greedy. I want it all for cheap. I mean, consider this. Live2D already costs like $100. So if you want cheap, don't get into VTubing as a hobby. And yes, I also understand. I also hate Apple. I typically don't include the teeth when I do mouth X, but I also have to move the jaw. So I'm going back to the head. And I'm making a deformer. Chin X. I mean, $100 versus $1 to $2K for a phone. Only if you get it brand new. And personally, I would only do that if I was decided that I was going to use that as my phone. Like if I was actually going to switch to iPhone, then I would consider getting a new phone. Yeah, but the webcam or old phone will do if I use V2. Yeah. it really works quite well. It's like mouth X is fun, but absolutely not necessary. I do happen to use it all the time just because I'm constantly going like, Oh, you know what? True, I only used to use iPhone as only. Yeah. Because that's what I did. I think mine is an iPhone 11. But I got it pre-owned, unlocked, refurbished, and the only thing literally it stays in my drawer by my desk, and the only thing I use it for is tracking when I am VTubing. So let's see. Yep. Yeah, I use an iPhone X, but it's the phone I use in it daily, so I don't have to spend. Yeah, that's the thing, because if you already have an iPhone, then, which is probably why you don't hear that many people talking about it, because a lot of people already have iPhones because that's just their day-to-day phone that they use. Because it's such a popular it's such a popular smartphone company that a lot of people probably don't complain about it just because it's like, oh yeah, well, I already have an iPhone, so it did not inconvenience me personally. Okay, so that is mouth X. Now I'm going to do cheek puff. First, where's my head? Head. So head, my head. Chin X. Now, go to cheek puff. Put it up. And fluff up those cheeks. Let me actually get rid of the hair so I can see it. I can almost guarantee you the only reason that VTubers care about cheek puff is because not everyone has it. Because if like the webcam could track cheek puff, they'd probably be like, okay, cool, I'm never gonna use it. But people just like showing off that they have it. Just because not everyone has it. Mouth X I do really like though, I admit. I really like having mouth X. But cheek puff, I'm like, yeah. If everyone had this, no one would talk about it. Because it's just like, wow, you can puff up your cheeks. And usually when I do cheek puff, I also shrink the mouth a bit. there anything else that I wanted to add? I think I'm gonna link breath to my tail. Yeah. Just a little wiggle. I am late again. Pt2 looks nice. Say thank you. Hi, Juliet. Welcome on in. We're like literally finishing touches. Trying to think. Is there anything else I wanted to do? If you wanted to have an accessory like a hat, could you bring it separate in LIVE2D and attach it in VTube Studios to save on the layers limit? Yes. So VTube Studio has accessories. So if you go to this little star, you can add a hat. Smile. I made this for my birthday stream earlier this year. Oh, did I not? One sec, I didn't pin it to the model. Here. Pin to... Oh, wait, no, I don't want that. It's flashing too much. Let's pick something else. Oh, I could put Shy on my head. Yeah. Why is it not sticking to my head? Oh, it is, just not very actively. So, VTube Studio, it didn't always have it. It used to just be images, but VTube Studio now allows you to make LIVE2D items. Oh, I just realized the music was on. Oh, no, never mind. Just pause. You can make LIVE2D items that you can pin to other LIVE2D models. Would it be possible to make it so that the front and the back of the hat, which does not sit on the model like a witch hat? Technically, yes, but the VTube Studio natural head tracking, as you can see, is like not that accurate. But I have actually seen, there is a VTuber who basically, he's like a Frankenstein themed VTuber, and basically all of his parts are mix and match that he just sticks in VTube Studio. It's actually really cool. So theoretically you can, but it can be a little finicky, and it might potentially end up looking kind of 2D looking, which is just fine if that's the look you're going for. But oh yeah, let's re-export this guy one last time. Export as well. So stick to having it the same file exported model. Yeah, if you want it to be like a permanent item, then yes. Like putting things on your head like this is fun as like a temporary thing, but if you want it to actually stick on your head in a accurate way, oh yeah, you are drawing. If you want it to stick on your head in like an accurate, consistent way, you're better off actually rigging it to the model itself. Wait, I think I already have the folder open. Yeah, I do. Copy, paste. Place the files in this destination. And now I reload. I was wondering if it says file says mega complex. May chat. Theoretically, you theoretically can. It just might be. Oh, I have to actually set them up. Okay. And the chat goes in the trash. Now. Yeah, okay, so I have my more complex mouth ready now. Oh, but now I have to add mouth X. So, down in this menu where there's a person in the gear, you can go down to this plus sign, you can add more parameters, which basically in VTube Studio means this is input is what your camera is tracking. So I'm going to look up mouth X, and output is going to be mouth X. Now I can and going to make another one for cheek puff. Cheek puff. Output cheek puff. Cheek puff is kind of subtle, huh? But I'm okay with that because I never use cheek puff anyway. I use mouth X all the time though. So I'm going to mess around my parameters a little bit. Blush from Smiley, I'm going to delete that because I don't need that. One thing that I will recommend for mouth open, have the bottommost input as 0.1, because if you have it as 0, sometimes your mouth kind of twitches because it's like trying to detect your mouth is open when it's not. So I usually have 0.1 so it stays closed more consistently. And I usually have smoothing edge 0. And this, I'm going to try 1.5. Oh, I just remember what I was going to do. Ooh, ah, ooh, ooh. Okay, I remember what I was going to do. I was going to make the teeth a bit 3D, which I like to do. I'm going to put all of these in a deformer. Oh wait. Okay, then just the bottom middle. I'm gonna link that to angle X. Turn it. I'm gonna drag it. And I'm gonna do the same for the teeth, or for the tongue, so don't worry, the tongue is sticking out now. Oh, I just realized I'm standing in the middle of the room. Well. Okay. Now the tongue. perspective. Push it back a bit. This helps make the mouth look real and less like a sticker on your face. Which again, it's one of those things where it's like, it's could be stylistic preference. Like if you're fine with the mouth looking like, if you like the look of the mouth kind of looking like a sticker on your face, that's totally fine. I just like having more depth. Is that it? Toasty done? Toasty done. Okay. Okay, just a little bit. Where's the tongue? Do the tongue, reflect motion. Motion. Okay. This is a chibi. I don't feel the need to go too far. But I just like having a little bit of it. Okay, am I done? Have I finished? Have I completed it? Okay, how about we do one final export? Smiles at you so big. Bye, yuppie. Oh, school over? Did we pass? I can't tell you that you passed because you haven't shown me your homework. Now you have to do it and tell me how you did. I need to see it to tell you you passed. You get A for attendance though, for sure. Oops. No. Did I copy the wrong thing? Yes. Okay, there we go. And one more reload. but I hate homework. Well, can't pass the class without homework. You did it. You didn't audit this class. If you want the credentials to say that you passed, if you want the accolades, then you have to put in the work. That's all I can say. Can I get a bonus to my grades for my notes? I already gave you an A for attendance. Stop looking for extra credit when I haven't even seen how bad your homework is. Looking to see if there's anything left. Nice, looks good. Might tweak with the parameters off stream, but looks pretty good. And I got the toggles. This hood was not easy, and I'm really happy with how it came out. Now I know how to rig a hood. I'm very happy with how it came out. Oh, now to do my favorite part. To take a screenshot of the model so you can put it in the put it as your icon. I kind of, let me actually go to side and crop it. I made it a little fat. I'm once again standing in the middle of the screen so you can't see anything. Okay, save. Icon. Thank you. Oh, did I save it in? I saved it in the PSD folder, didn't I? I did. There. Icon. Paste it. YouTube Studio files. Now I can go to settings over here, up here. Click the no icon, select icon view PNG. Now it has a icon. Yippee! Yay! Okay. I did it! I did it! I finished a whole model from start to finish on stream. And these VODs will be saved and posted onto YouTube so they can be used as a reference. But also, just because this was the, the class stream, doesn't mean that if I'm just rigging on stream, you can't come to me with questions. So if you're ever working on your own project and you see me working on you have a question, feel free to ask me because I love helping. I love helping. I love being a resource to people. I will never find that annoying. But let us find some to raid. I think we know who I'm gonna raid. We're gonna raid Jelly because Jelly is silly. And they've only just started. Noted, I will not give him my rigging jersey. Yes, I am rooting for you, but also, if you give up, smiles at you so big. I'm always here. I can always help a homie out. But we're gonna raid Jelly, and I will most likely see you sometime next week. As always, the best way to keep updated with me is Twitter. Unfortunately, I don't have a consistent schedule, so you will most likely only be notified when I go to stream a couple hours before, a day maybe if I'm being good and disciplined. But the best way to keep track is following me on Twitter. And I do have a Discord, so you can get notifications for when I go stream. And yeah. So I will see y'all some other time next week. Most likely not going to stream tomorrow. Definitely not going to stream on Sunday because I'm going to the Ren Fair on Sunday. So the soonest I will see you is either most likely Monday or Tuesday. I'm probably either going to continue with my Pikmin 2 run, or I'm going to start playing Luigi's Mansion because I want to do that for Spooky Month. But I need to decide if I'm going to do Luigi's Mansion Original or Luigi's Mansion 3. I still haven't decided yet because Luigi's Mansion 3 was really fun. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming. I hope this was a helpful resource to you. And I will see you all some other time next week, okay? Okay.